This is the day 2 of the Stream 6 hearing. We have a preliminary procedural issue to address. Ms. Dewar has made an application to adjourn the airport zone. She's online. Thank you very much for rolling in at short notice, Ms. Dewar. We appreciate that.
Thank you for considering it.
And apologise that I wasn't able to get back to you yesterday afternoon. I was otherwise engaged. We understand where things are at, or at least we think we understand where things are at. The panel have had a preliminary discussion, and subject to what you're about to tell me, we're prepared to grant an adjournment, but it's going to be a short adjournment. But that's, I think that we need your assurance that there is actually a genuine will to reach a resolution here, and we're not going to go have the two planners go around in a slow circle and say we're still working on the detail and it's all too hard. So that's an opening shot. We're constrained for time and venue availability, but we can offer you next Tuesday morning, which will give you the best, give the planners the best part of a week to conference. And so the question is, can you give us that assurance? Would it assist if the panel directed or found a facilitator for the two planners? And is there anything else you want to tell me?
I don't have anything else to tell you. Obviously, the request was at the last minute, having viewed the hearing in the morning, and I apologise for that. And then we were all straight back into another hearing for the regional council, so couldn't get that emailed off to you as soon as I would have liked. I think there is a genuine desire for the planners to reach agreement. They've come some way already with the discussions that they've already had. As to whether a facilitator is required, I don't think that can hurt. Obviously, it's just whether or not it can be organised in the time available. I'm just trying to find out whether Miss O'Sullivan is available on Tuesday morning, and I'm hoping that they will text me any second. And I certainly can shuffle around my arrangements for Tuesday to attend. But I've just had a text from Kirsty to say she's actually not available on Tuesday morning. She's got prior commitments. So is there another?
Well, like, we have commissioner availability problems, we have venue availability problems. So effectively,
we can certainly organise the venue. It's expert conferencing. So
well, no, it's not a venue for expert conferencing. It's a venue for the hearing.
I see. Yes, sorry. My apologies.
Of course,
Oh, sorry, my apologies, Chairman. This is the trouble with communicating by text. She can do Tuesday morning, but doesn't think there needs to be a facilitator.
All right. Well, like, that makes life simpler.
Yes.
I think I think everyone's nodding at me. So on that basis, we will direct conferencing. We will adjourn the hearing of the airport's company's evidence to next Tuesday at 9 AM. I'll put all this in a minute, but that won't emerge probably until, well, given that I'm in the middle of the hearing, if it emerges by Thursday, I'll be doing well, but that will be what it says. That I imagine that Ms. Chappell will want to come in behind the airport, given the Barnes's position. But I'll ask the hearing administrator to canvass that with her. The direction will be direction for the planners to conference. The sooner they can give us the joint conference statement, the better, obviously. But I would have said that if we have a hearing at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, the deadline for the conference statement should be 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, to give the panel time to read and absorb where they've landed, and if they're still if there's still points in contention, what they are, and go from there. So conference JWS by 3 p.m. Monday. Ms. O'Sullivan's evidence and basically the airport case to 9 a.m. on Tuesday, and we'll go from there.
Yes, my only other comment and perhaps request was, obviously we've taken extensive notes of the questions that the panel asked of Mr. Joseph, but if the panel was minded and had time, and there were particular questions that they wanted to phrase in a particular way about drafting, if that could be included in the directions, and then the planners can focus on those. But I mean, having been through the zone myself on a number of times, there are some tidy ups that can happen, which will make your life easier, I think, in any event. But obviously it's front of your mind at the moment, and so if those questions could be put in, that the planners would be grateful. And
so given Ms. O'Sullivan's comment, I don't think we will direct a facilitator, because that's likely to hold things up. Can I just request that you impress on Ms. O'Sullivan, and as asked Ms. Van Kieran Giles, to pass on the same message to Mr. Jeffries, that we're looking for a genuine effort, and we're not saying that they must reach agreement, because obviously that's over to them. They've got to do their best, and we'll see where they land.
Okay, yes, well, I will impress that upon Ms. O'Sullivan, and thank you very much for your consideration of this matter at short notice.
Not a problem. As you've observed, it can only assist the panel if they are, to the extent that they are able to reach agreement, and if they can't, well, we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll sign off on that.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
So, we'll just adjourn for a moment and I'll talk to, probably 2 minutes, I'll just talk to Jazz about the consequentials. and if you need time rest, just tell us.
Hopefully it's a straightforward.
Okay, we'll resume the hearing. To record, I have asked the hearing administrator to contact both Ms. Weeber and Ms. Chappell to advise them of the orders or directions that we've just made, and to give them the option of appearing next Tuesday morning after the airport if they wish, rather than this afternoon. So we're moving to the development areas and the fuzz. We have reasonably detailed and lengthy section 42 analysis, and goes over to you, Ms. Van Huren Giles. How would you like to proceed?
Good morning, Commissioners. So in front of you, you'll have a 4-page handout with some notes that I will be speaking to, and you'll also have 2 pages of maps of the development areas. So the top sheet with lots of orange is Lincolnshire Farm, and the one underneath is Glenside West and Upper Stebbings. So I propose to read through the notes, the handout that you have, and it's got accompanying slides to go with it, which hopefully spell things out even further for you. So for the future urban zone, or FUZ, and the development areas Dev 2 and Dev 3, I've prepared a PowerPoint presentation which covers all of the recommended mapping amendments, and I've also prepared some introductory slides to introduce the FUZ and DEVs and provide a recap in terms of their locality, relevant overlays, as well as an overview of abbreviations and the colours, features, etc. identified in the planning maps. So there's the development areas and FUZ for context. Set out in section 1.5 of my development areas section 42A report is a list of relevant reports that have informed the PDP development areas. I have some further notes on the master planning process that I can speak to if it's of benefit to the panel, or otherwise I refer to the detail contained in those background reports and investigations. So there's an extensive list in my 42A report. Hopefully that list just speaks for itself in terms of that master planning process. So I propose to step you through the package of recommendations for these chapters by firstly providing background to the historical planning process concerning the development areas and FUZ. Secondly, outlining my recommendation and reasoning to delete the FUZ, along with the accompanying mapping overlay slides, overview slides. Then thirdly, as a separate and distinct matter, I will outline amendments to the Dev 2 and Dev 3 chapters and their appendices that I would recommend irrespective of my FUZ recommendation. Fourthly, I will outline recommended amendments to both the development chapters that flow on from the recommendation to delete the FUZ, including the deletion of rules and standards as set out in Appendix C of my Section 42A report. And then lastly, I will go through the mapping amendments for both development areas along with the accompanying slideshow, and happy to take questions as we go. So the first section is just a bit of background. The Lincolnshire Farm has been identified for greenfield growth since the 1970s and has been a key area of expansion as part of the Northern Growth Management Framework since 2003. In 2006, a structure plan was developed and adopted that provided objectives, desired outcomes, and specific guidelines for development in the area. In 2013, Plan Change 45 introduced a new urban development area chapter into the district plan, and the Lincolnshire Farm Structure Plan was incorporated as an appendix to the chapter. Upper Stebbings and Glenside West are the last stages of urban development that have been planned in Stebbings Valley and surrounding areas. These areas were first identified in the Northern Growth Management Framework in 2003, and over the last 3 years, detailed planning work has been undertaken to progress these areas to the structure plan stage. Both development areas have been identified as opportunity sites in the draft spatial plan in 2020 as the only 2 significant greenfield sites for urban development in the city. And these greenfield areas provide a key contribution to the housing and business supply requirements identified in the Wellington Housing and Business HBA, which identified a shortfall supply of housing to meet projected population growth. They also fulfil requirements mandated by the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. The key constraints for both sites are the topography and the network of streams. The steep topography creates challenges for earthworks to make development viable and to get good connectivity outcomes. The streams also restrict development in some areas and impact on connectivity, as the National Policy Statement for Freshwater has specific requirements for stream protection, and these constraints have informed the planning maps. So in front of you and on screen is just a close-up of Lincolnshire Farm. And then we've got Glenside West and Upper Stebbings and Glenside West.
One question for you, sort of geography.
Mhm.
Is it Mr. Blackett from the, yes, Blackett from the Glenside Progressive Association talks in his evidence about Marshall Ridge. Can you identify for me where on the plan is Marshall Ridge?
So I believe it crosses through.
So is it like you've shown?
So yes, on the plan you have in front of you for Upper Stebbings and Glenside West, it shows the ridge top area.
So is that whole ridge, like including the gap where there isn't any?
The darker grey is the ridge top I've recommended.
But that is Marshall Ridge.
Yes.
They're one and the same. It's not just part of that, it's the whole thing.
Correct.
Can I do a follow-up question?
Of course.
So the one you're looking at the moment, all that grey is unbuilt areas, open space.
Correct. Yeah. So it's referred to as the no build area or unbuilt areas.
So why does this area have unbuilt areas and the other FUDs doesn't have those? What's the difference and why?
I mean, it's probably a good thing to know. I wasn't involved in any of the master planning process, but my assumption would be that given the steep topography of Upper Stebbings in particular, that it was felt best to identify that as an unbuilt area or no build area. Whereas I think Lincolnshire Farm has been, there's that open space network that's been identified for many years.
So into the broader picture, because your recommendations are to sort of basically up-zone this area to the appropriate zones. What's the equivalent for the other side?
So all of the no build or unbuilt area I've recommended be upzoned to natural open space zone.
The whole grey area.
The whole grey area, yes.
So to the extent that what you're showing is currently there is a miss, as the Commissioner has identified, there's a difference of approach. Am I correct in us understanding that what you've recommended would bring them into line, that so that the final map, if we accepted your recommendations, would have Upper Stebbing and Glenside West looking effectively the same?
Correct, yes. Yeah, same colours.
But the one we're looking at the moment will be subject to your recommendations about the little tweaks for MDRS 2 locations.
So the map on screen is how it is notified, and the map in front of you printed out is my latest recommendation for my supplementary.
So this is so as recommended.
Yes. I don't think, though, the one for Upper Stebbings includes the 2 areas of MRZ that I recommended to be added, just given the tight time frame for my supplementary evidence on that. There's not a map for that.
Not the 2 areas for Upper Stebbing, not the 2 areas of additional MRS.
Correct. I might just check the map.
I was doing a case of spot the difference and I couldn't spot any difference.
They might explain it. There isn't one.
So the maps you have in front of you are just from my Section 42A report. So they don't include those 2 areas of MRZ for Upper Stebbings and they don't include an area of LLRZ for Glenside West. Which I do have in the PowerPoint presentation. I have
And
mapped.
just to make sure, which is Glenside West and which is Upper Stebbing?
Upper Stebbings is the uppermost
No, but
area.
is it the left or the right? Because there are two arms.
left.
From which you will deduce, at least in my part, that you're starting from a long way back, explaining the geography.
Is there any more questions on the maps as they are notified, or should I continue with my recommendation to delete the fuzz?
No, any other questions, Commissioner? No, I think
So carry on reading from the handout notes.
roll on.
So hopefully of no surprise, there was one recommended amendment in my section 42A report, which is to delete the fuzz in its entirety. Mr. Halliday, on behalf of the fuzz landowners and submitters he represents, is supportive of this recommendation. The speaking notes of Greater Wellington Regional Council indicate they agree with the justification for the deletion of the fuzz and take a neutral standpoint with respect to the recommendation, provided that the district-wide rules apply to the development areas. The Ministry of Education tabled a statement in support of the recommendation as well. I note that there was no evidence received opposing the recommendation to upzone/rezone the fuzz. Therefore, specific to the fuzz, I do not consider there to be any outstanding matters. There are, however, minor matters of clarification to work through, which predominantly overlap with the application of the development area provisions and the applicable sister zones. In my fuzz section 42A report, I've set out 6 reasons why, in my view, it is appropriate to delete the fuzz in its entirety. And this assessment is supported by an assessment of the fuzz objectives and policies and a robust section 32AA evaluation. So to recap those 6 key reasons, the first being the intent and purpose of the fuzz as to be an interim zone. The second is the comparison of other district plans to the Wellington context. The third is that development areas have progressed since the draft and proposed district plans were notified. The fourth is that there's tensions between the notified fuzz and dev chapters. Fifth is the need to enable housing capacity and meet the requirements of the NPSUD. And finally, the direction contained within Greater Wellington's NRP Plan Change 1.
Just while you're there, can you, a point of clarification? In the IPI section of the plan, Mr. Osborne presented his economic evidence of predicted demand and plan-enabled capacity, theoretical, feasible and realisable capacity. Where did Upper Stebbings and Lincolnshire fit into that analysis? Is this capacity enabled on the top, or was it within the modelled capacity?
I believe it's within the modelled capacity. Paragraph 95 of my fuzz section 42A report sets out the HBA identification of the capacity for Lincolnshire Farm and Upper Stebbings and Glenside West.
So that was, say again, 95?
Paragraph 95 of my fuzz.
For your fuzz report. Yes, that's the HBA. So, oh yes. So yeah, so that's essentially just over 4,500 realisable capacity. Thank you.
Is there any questions on the reasoning to delete the fuzz, or should I keep reading the names out and come back? We can.
The only question I had, which I've answered myself, was the scope, because it's such a big change.
Yes.
But I've answered that by the first point in that section with you're relying on Kāinga Ora's submission to delete the whole.
Correct. Yep. Okay, I'll move
Any
on.
other questions on fuzz? All good.
Cool. So moving on to the top of page 3 of the handout notes, the key recommendations to each of the chapters, which I would recommend regardless of my recommendation to delete the fuzz. So for Dev 2 Lincolnshire Farm, I've recommended a new paragraph to the introduction about roading connections and a new objective and clause in a policy in relation to access and connections as well. For Dev 3 Upper Stebbings Glenside West, I've recommended an amendment to Dev 304 to add, protect and enhance the natural green backdrop provided by the ridgetop as an aim of the natural environment objective, and that was in response to a number of submitters seeking greater protection for Marshall's Ridge. For Appendix 12, I've recommended an amendment to the requirement for the school site and open spaces to be flat, and amended that one or more levelled platforms must be provided, and this acknowledges that given the topography of Wellington's northern suburbs, it's not necessarily feasible or common practice to have an entirely flat site. Then for Appendix 13, I've recommended an amendment to clarify the neighbourhood park catchment areas as identified in the planning maps. So moving on to the fuzz dev package of recommendations. So my recommendations are the deletion of the statement in both of the development area introductions that state development area provisions prevail over provisions in the underlying zone or district-wide matter provisions.
Just as a question about that, I can understand why you exclude district-wide matters. That's almost inherent. But is the removal of the comment about underlying zones that they're because they're no longer underlying? If we accept your fuzz recommendation, they are the actual zones. They're not an underlying zone.
Yeah, so that the sentence in the introduction, the underlying zone would be in reference to the fuzz underlying zoning. But even with my recommendation, if the fuzz were to be deleted, the provisions of the development area provisions would prevail.
Well, there's nothing to prevail over. That there is no underlying zone. If there's no fuzz, the underlying zone at the development area provisions fix the zoning. There's nothing else to prevail over.
So my recommendation is to upzone the development areas.
That's the point.
So that there still would be an underlying zone. That would be like on this one for Upper Stebbings, all of the orange would be retained as MRZ area for the development area. And then the underlying zone of all the orange would be MRZ zone. So you'd have the zone.
I'm confused. Like, does it operate like a precinct
Correct, yes. So the development area acts as an overlay above the underlying zone.
Well, like the general rule is that precinct rules prevail over the underlying zone. Why
Correct.
is this different?
I think I'm just recommending deletion of that
Yeah, but
sentence on the basis that it was the fuzz underlying.
like
And-
in the context in which it was written, it was referring to the fuzz underlying
Correct.
zone.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But I think if you also go back to the general approach chapter of the PDP, that sets out when precincts or development areas prevail over the underlying zone regardless. So that's irrespective of the sentence in the introduction,
It would still have that effect.
it would still have that effect.
Um,
So the next recommendation is deletion of development area rules and standards as set out in Appendix A and Appendix C on the basis that there's a high volume of degree of duplication with the DEV standards and their twin provisions in the applicable sister zones, and almost no value added because of the duplication. And there's also no triggers or links in the DEV rules as notified for permitted activities to be in compliance with or a requirement to be in general accordance with the structure plans, DEV policies, development plans, structure plans, or requirements in the relevant appendices. And then my full package of recommendations for the fuzz and development areas is set out in paragraph 111 of my development area section 42 report. And I'm happy to step through that in further detail or take it as read.
Like, I think we will want to talk in detail about those provisions, but I think we should, rather than deal with them at a general level, we'll do it provision by provision. Just thinking about your answer to the previous question, and this goes back to the discussion I had with Mr. Jeffries yesterday about when is precinct to precinct for the purposes of the national planning standards. If we're relying on that, how the plan works, should these provisions say more explicitly that these development areas are precincts? And maybe you've already written that in, that I didn't take that in because I wasn't thinking about it when I read it.
I think my view is that they're not precincts. There's a specific pathway for development areas identified in the national planning standards. So it's distinct from a precinct.
That might then go back to the previous discussion. If the how the plan works chapter deals with precincts, and this isn't a precinct, does the how the plan works deal with development areas as well?
I believe it does, but that would need a meeting.
A long time since I've read that.
Yeah.
Can you check that?
I can go back and check that.
Because, like, and it may be that the result of that might cause you to reflect not on the need to qualify and to delete the sentence in the introduction, but maybe to modify the words. If you feel that it's not adequately covered in the how the plan works chapter. You comfortable with that? That we'll go through the versions provision by provision rather than a general level?
Just have a big picture question. Though.
Yes, well, if you have a big picture question, let's take the big picture question, starting with Commissioner Schofield.
The concept of removing the FUZ is a big step. We've got two, three large areas, and it's based on the fact that all of the fuzz is just about to go. It's just about to be built and constructed. Is how confident are you that that's the case in terms of all of these areas? Because they're quite large areas for for Wellington, maybe not from Auckland context, but for Wellington. That all, and I'll be asking that question too of Mr. Halliday as well. How close is it to being, set in stone, so to speak?
I think for Lincolnshire Farm, I'm very confident that now is the right time to delete the fuzz and upzone. There's already subdivision and earthworks consents underway and progressing on site. And the fact that Lincolnshire Farm has been identified more or less in the same structure plan for a number of years, and that the earthworks and subdivision are progressing in line with that, gives me that confidence. And then I think for Upper Stebbings and Glenside West, again, having been up on the site and spoken with Mr. Halliday, I'm again confident that there are plans being progressed to develop these areas in the short term.
But in the meantime, land uses would have to rely on existing use rights.
Correct.
Continue.
What is happening up there at the moment?
It's probably better for Mr. Halliday to speak to, but when I went up on site with him in December, there were pretty extensive earthworks happening in this general area of the site.
There's not a lot of farming going on,
Not
visibly.
Not in the areas I visited, no. It's not farming. There was maybe some farming in Glenside West still, but
Yeah, so when you say the existing farming activities would have to rely on existing use, so if they were to change the nature or scale or use of their land, they would now require consent.
that would be correct. Although again, having spoken with Mr. Halliday, I don't think that raises any concerns from the landowner's perspectives.
The other thing is that my experience in Pairua is that the fuzz zone there, at least, basically locked anything on the land down, and it was effectively an existing use test that anything that would compromise future urban development was, I think, a non-complying activity. So what did the fuzz zone say about ongoing current activities? Like, appreciating that you've recommended it be deleted, but
Yes.
is reliance on existing use rights in fact a material difference from what the fuzz already provided?
I think the fuzz, I don't have a fuzz chapter in front of me, but I think the fuzz has rules that enable or provide for rural activities as a permitted activity.
So
there's a change from with your recommendation to delete fuzz, the change for rural activities would be what would have been a permitted activity now would be
Discretionary?
Is it discretionary?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think though, paragraph 90 of the fuzz report, it sets out that there's an existing conflict between the fuzz chapter and the development area chapters anyway. That would mean there's no scenario where the provisions of the fuzz would ever be applicable. So the FUZ introduction sets out that the objectives, policies and rules in this chapter will only apply where a development area has not been incorporated into the district plan. And so we're already beyond that scenario
So,
because we do have development area overlays.
so does that mean that the fuzz is the fuzz chapter as notified is effectively of no effect,
Correct.
even without being deleted. It
Correct.
has no practical effect.
There's no scenario where the FUZ chapter would ever apply.
Right.
So it's just on that point, and it's a minor technical thing. So your recommendations would include a copy of the FUZ chapter, red line, strike out the whole thing.
Correct. Yep.
Which is what's in
Yeah.
In your appendix, isn't it?
I'm not sure if I did actually do a whole strike through, but maybe I did.
I've seen a copy of the
Okay.
fuzz zone with
Yes.
red line,
The
with red strikeout all over it.
Okay, that's good. The entirety of the FUZ, yes.
Okay, but
red
I've
line,
forgotten where it
strike
is,
through.
but I've definitely seen that. Okay. Is that your general question? Any general questions? Shall we carry on?
Okay.
Good.
So reading from the bottom of page 3. So to recap, my key recommendation is to delete the FUZ and upzone as per the intended underlying zoning of the development areas, and then to reduce duplication in the dev chapters because the underlying zone provisions would then be applicable. Deletion of the identified dev provisions makes no material difference to the rule framework because the same rule would exist regardless, albeit in a different chapter. Whether or not these rules and standards are retained in the dev chapters, they will need to be amended or updated for consistency with the relevant twin sister zone provisions regardless. The last remaining matter to work through is how to approach the provisions for all areas within the development areas. So my preference is that the appropriate activities be addressed in the relevant underlying zone. For example, a school should be enabled in the local centre zone area, but should not be a permitted activity in the general industrial zone area of Lincolnshire Farm. However, I can also appreciate that the notified rule framework for all areas provides flexibility for public transport and recreational activities, for example. It is therefore a question of whether to retain this flexibility and retain the all areas rules in the dev chapters, or delete and rely on the activities explicitly provided for in the upzoned underlying zone. Given that the development plan boundaries are well understood and established by all parties, the developer and council, this would result in greater certainty for the community in terms of intended development. I also wish to note that while on face value, the recommendations appear to be a substantial shift from the notified plan involving the deletion of a suite of rules, standards, and a whole chapter, the package of recommendations is primarily a tidy up to reduce duplication of provisions across the PDP. Overall, I consider that there is sufficient justification to upzone the FUZ and amend the dev provisions accordingly to improve plan efficiency and effectiveness, while acknowledging that there are matters related to the rule framework still to be worked through. And for example, in paragraph 312 to 315 of the Development Area Section 42A report, I note that there is still work to be done to firstly finalise the dev chapters in terms of ensuring a comprehensively reviewed rule framework, and then to prepare a final development plan maps as well as a map of the upzoned FUZ.
In a process sense, given that fact, and given that Mr. Halliday is laid low with COVID, and so at best we're going to see him virtually, and at worst we may be giving him written questions. Do you think it is prudent that we direct you and he to conference on those fine-tuning of those rules, which would necessarily have to be, I'm not anticipating, I'm certainly not encouraging like a airport zone type position where we come back, but if you think that there is fine-tuning to be required, I think it would be inappropriate if that was solely in your reply and Mr. Halliday had no opportunity to provide an input. So what's your view on that?
I think that's a great idea that Mr. Halliday and I work through the last matters to tidy up.
And I suppose that I should ask you the same question I asked Ms. Dewar. Are you comfortable doing that without a facilitator? Do you think that would assist, or?
I think Mr. Halliday and I would be fine.
Like, I'm not suggesting you need one. I'm just asking.
No, I don't think we need one.
Okay. I'll consult with my colleagues, but my view is that see if they agree with me, but that we should direct conferencing. So proceed on that basis until I tell you that I've been overruled. So carry on. We're almost there.
So the last section is all of the mapping amendments I've recommended, and there is a number of slides that I can talk through. So we'll jump into some mapping.
I wonder if we should go through the plan provisions first,
That also works.
and then deal with the spatial concepts. And this is against a background where the message I got reading Mr. Halliday's evidence is the thing that was really concerning him is that the boundaries are still, in his mind, moving slightly, or have the potential to move slightly. And the problem, as he perceives it from a fixed zone, is that it's in the nature of a fixed zone that you move 1 millimetre outside the zone, you're subject to a different set of rules. And I'm interested, as we go through the rules, for you to point out to me, well, so for instance, if having done the earthworks, they want to poke 10 metres into the open space zone, what rules would apply to that? What's the rule? What is the rule status, and what's the policy guidance for that kind of thing, which is effectively a boundary change, but it's in the nature of moving to actual zones that it's then in basically out of zone application. So that's what I'm interested in because of the way that, but so if you could just keep that in mind as we go through the rules, and pick that up on the way by. So would you care to take us through the rules, and we'll go from there. I think it's more maybe stand ready to answer questions about the rules rather than take us through them. But if there's anything particularly you want to highlight about.
Well, can I just ask a big picture question?
Yeah, of course.
I'm trying to get my head around this transition from a fuzz to all the other zones that might apply. So what can you summarize what is the purpose of retaining Dev 2 and 3? Is it at all? Why not just rezone to the appropriate zones at this point in time? And
so the Dev chapters provide additional matters over and above what the MRZ or GIZ chapters would otherwise address. So, for example, there's a couple of standards in relation to density that they cover that are not otherwise addressed by the underlying zones. They also, Lincolnshire Farm has a structure plan that would be relevant to retain. They both have their appendices which set requirements in terms of roading connections and school sites and community facilities.
But I was thinking if this plan, I'm looking at the Lincolnshire one, which is up on the screen at the moment, if that was converted into a zoning map, it couldn't be exactly, it couldn't exactly be turned into the final zoning map, could it? And I suppose it's to follow up the question that the chair just asked. You know, there's quite a few tweaks and things that would occur when the construction is final and finished. In terms of things, I'm looking at the neighbourhood parks, for instance.
Mhm.
They're just sort of approximate locations. I'm looking at what, and I was going to ask you some questions around the LCZ for there. You know, there's quite a few sort of spatial changes that are likely to occur. So,
So with those neighbourhood parks, for example, the development area provisions would provide for that flexibility as to where they would locate, and the underlying zone would have as a permitted activity in the MRZ or natural open space. It would be a permitted activity for recreational activities. So I think there is that flexibility for those areas to still be.
okay, so
But picking up the Commissioner's point, but the requirement that there has to be a neighbourhood park needs to be in the structure plan, because that wouldn't be in the underlying zone provisions.
Correct. So that's where the relevance of retaining the development areas.
Dev3. So the dev rules would override the underlying zoning. Going back to that question again.
Correct. That's how I would see it working.
Just to satisfy my curiosity, we've got Dev 2 and Dev 3. Where's Dev 1?
Dev 1 is the Kilburnie bus barns, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So these are just the two greenfield development areas.
Thank you for, as I just satisfied my curiosity. Any more general questions, Commissioner? Schofield? As I say, my inclination is, rather than having said ask you to take us through the provisions, is in fact we'll open the provisions and I'll invite my colleagues to ask you any questions about them, and we'll start with, well, since you've started with Upper Stevenson.
I think possibly the easiest way to go through provisions, if you've seen Appendix C, that kind of goes through and matches up what I term as the sister zone and then the twin provisions.
Yes, I think that one of the things when you talk to Mr. Halliday is that I got terribly confused with your list of which Dev provisions remained, because it didn't seem to be consistent with the appendix you've given us. Like, as you say, you've given us the analysis in your appendix. Well, it was Appendix C to your 42, and your updated one in your supplementary, but it didn't seem to me to match the redlined, marked up provisions. I was looking for the ones that weren't struck out in the red line. So that's just something for you to be aware of. As you've given us the analysis, and so that might be something that we just have to take on board and that you'll fix up in due course. But be aware, I don't think they are consistent.
Okay.
So as say, how would you suggest? So your suggestion is that we use the appendix, the updated appendix that you provided with your supplementary. Is that your?
Correct. I think that would be the easiest way to go through.
Happy to do that, Commissioner Schofield.
Yeah, I think that's the best.
All right.
And then if it's of benefit as well, I haven't included it as part of my 42A evidence, but I've done so Appendix C goes through all of the Dev rules and standards and identifies their twin. I've also done the reverse and gone through the MRZ, NOS, Z, GIZ and LCZ chapters and identified all of the rules and standards and their equivalent in the Dev chapters. So I've done it from both sides to make sure that the rule framework is fully reviewed.
Okay. So we have your supplementary. You're so I'll invite Commissioner Schofield to.
Yeah,
In-
no, well, I'm just thinking how best to do this because you've got your large table where you compare them and recommend to delete or not. And I'm just wondering whether that's best to quickly go through that or not. I did sort of have some general questions around why some things may differ for these areas in the zone, like the GIZ or whatever, as opposed to just sticking with the GIZ rules and standards, where they differed and why. That may be helpful, I think. Will be helpful.
So, for example, with the GIZ in Lincolnshire Farm, I think I'm correct in saying that every single rule and standard of the development area that mentions the industrial area is exactly duplicated in the GIZ chapter.
Okay.
So, I mean, in my view, that indicates that the dev provisions don't add any value to what the underlying zone would otherwise
Right,
address.
it can all be deleted.
Can all be deleted.
Right. Okay. Maybe look at some of the other zones.
So I think for the most part, there is like exact twins in the underlying zone chapter. It is when you get to on the bottom of page 3, where the leftmost column identifies, so you've got in the leftmost column, it says industrial, and then the last row, it says all areas. So for all the ones that say industrial or residential, or open space, I can be fairly confident that industrial means GIZ and residential means MRZ. But where it gets to those all areas, that's where I think there's that flexibility that Mr. Halliday refers to, and whether that needs to be retained to keep the intent of the notified provisions, that there's that flexibility across all areas, or whether, as I've indicated, whether it's not really appropriate that across all areas a school is a permitted activity, because it wouldn't be appropriate for that to locate in the GIZ area or in the open space area, for example.
Where did you land on that?
My preference, well, my recommendation would be that we can rely on the underlying zone provisions, because those clearly and appropriately identify what the intended and appropriate activities would be for a zone. So I think for the educational facilities example, my recommendation would that it just be a permitted activity in the MRZ and local centre, and it doesn't need to be permitted in the open space.
And they're not permitted in the MRZ generally? I'm not familiar with the MRZ.
So that's on page 6 of Appendix C, the third row from the bottom. So that's one of the areas where I have at this stage recommended retain, because the development area rule has a more permissive activity status for educational facilities compared to the MRZ, whereas the LCZ rule is permitted as well. And then if you look at the development area plan, the intent based on the structure plan is that the school locate in the MRZ area.
Question for you, devil's advocate. If the Ministry of Education in their infinite wisdom decide that a school's not required, does that mean that the structure plan or the zone pattern is overweighted for LCZ? If there's too much LCZ for anything that would conceivably be required?
Not necessarily. The LCZ would also provide for residential activities and industrial activities.
Mr. Schofield will know this, but is residential provided for on the ground floor of LCZ? Or is it, because I know some of those zones, it's just upper floors? And is that perhaps a tweak that you could think about if it is limited? Like I'm like looking expectantly at Commissioner Schofield, who will have a photographic recall of the LCZ rules.
I'm also just wondering, in
There
other,
seems to be a deafening silence from my left.
change the subject, in other areas, what are schools normally zoned? In other areas of Wellington?
I would have to look into what that is. I would assume mostly MRZ.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just wondered whether why you chose LCZ as opposed to MRZ.
I can tell you that Wellington College and Wellington East is owned high density residential. Yeah.
I think the reason though that I would recommend it be LCZ is just to keep that permitted activity status, which is the intent of the notified development area. Whereas if you were to zone it MRZ, then you drop back to restricted discretionary.
So going back to my point, can I suggest that you look at the detail of the LCZ rules about the extent to which it allows for residential, and consider, at least in relation to the school side, like you wouldn't want the whole of the LCZ to be converted to residential and lose all of your services, but at least for the school side, there might be room for an expansion of the provision for LCZ for residential on a conditional basis. Like I was thinking, I don't know how you would frame this, but it couldn't be at the developer's discretion. It would need to be at MOE's discretion, whether if it's not used for a school. But as I say, something for you to ponder. I was just trying to work through various scenarios in my mind. Sorry, I interrupted you, Commissioner. You're in full.
That's all right. Well, sort of on that point, I'm just looking at the map for Lincolnshire Farms. So your recommendation is that the striped areas be zoned LCZ? If there's some of these issues like with schools and things.
I would recommend that the grey-ish area that's got the orange stripes would be LCZ, and that the green striped area would be open space zone.
And the neighbourhood centre area?
LCZ. Yeah, so the planning maps refer to it as a neighbourhood centre, but the actual chapter provisions refer to it as a local centre. And then the rest of that pink area would be the GIZ.
There is one question, it may be off tangent, but with the LCZ, generally the plan has a higher density of residential around it. Is not proposed here?
No, I mean, I spoke with Miss Hayes, who was the author, Section 42A author of the centres, and her and I both felt that local centre was the most appropriate for Lincolnshire.
I think the point is, the Commissioner has in mind the direction in policy 3D of the NPSUD that residential capacity around local centres matches the I think it's the services and employment opportunities within the centre. 3D. Commensurate. Yes, it is commensurate, not matches, but yes, commensurate. Thank you. And I think the Commissioner Schofield's asking, well, what level of density around this LCZ is commensurate with the level of services and employment opportunities envisaged for the LCZ?
Is that the?
It's a gist.
That's the guts of it.
I mean, directly adjacent to that local centre is a pretty large general industrial area which would provide employment.
Well, that sort of just adds to the question really about the housing around that area. If the level of employment and services is high enough, should the density of residential development around those two areas be different from the remainder of the residential areas?
Like, rather than catch you on the fly, I think maybe that's something that we suggest that you need to discuss with Mr. Halliday, because obviously we have to give effect to the NPSUD, and in this regard, in this location, as in the rest of the city, and I think we need you to tell us, well, is a greater density required in order to give effect to the NPSUD, or is it not, basically? And going the whole 9 yards, and if on the face of it it is, but qualifying matters apply, what are those qualifying matters, and where's the evaluation in terms of section 77J and 77L that would justify adoption of those qualifying matters? So, easy questions to ask, but not quite so easy to answer.
I just note within the LCZ, ground floor residential activities are discouraged, you know, potentially incompatible. So while residential is encouraged upper levels, not on ground floor, which is what Commissioner Robinson worked for.
Okay, so hey, Commissioner Scoville,
Yeah,
keep rolling.
in your table, which is very useful, you've got a column for LCZ provisions as a comparison. Can I just ask the purpose of having that column in terms of the thinking, the analysis that leads to the recommendations?
So the LCZ column was added in my supplementary evidence in response to Mr. Halliday's evidence seeking clarity as to what the underlying zoning of the school site and community facilities hub would be.
Right, so that's there just to address that particular matter, not just on a general area.
So it's just an additional column in my supplementary.
You just hold on a minute, Commissioner. Well, I guess in that it works.
Too much.
Steel, Commissioner Birch. Okay, so sorry for that brief diversion.
That's all right. I'm nearly finished. The point now, in terms of the density, differences in density, residential density, I was wondering why there needs to be a difference from the MRZ. Moment, but I know there was a general question, why a difference here as opposed to the general MRZ version for density.
Probably just trying to stay within the scope of what the notified development area intended, which is the reason why I've retained that density standard, and I'm not sure there is an equivalent in the MRZ chapter.
In terms of scope, how broad, like I know the Kaingora submission was very broad, but how broad is it?
is pretty broad.
Like, is it effectively a wide open question as to what the operative zone is based on the Kaingora submission? Accepting that Kaingora are not present to tell us what they think.
Yeah, I mean, Kaingora's submission just sought the deletion of the fuzz and then that land be upzoned in accordance with the development area provisions.
I think that the last bit might be the critical bit, because if it's upzoned in accordance with the development area to then that's the scope of that's the scope limitation.
Which is then why, if I can put the question back to the panel, is that the higher density may not be within the scope around that local centre zone. Well, we're not in the IPI phase. We don't have that. We don't have power to make out of scope recommendations. So on the basis that we answer your questions in our report, if I told you that my preliminary reaction was we would then have to note that as an aspect of the plan that did not give effect to the NPSUD, and that would have to be addressed at a future plan change, what would your response be? My response would be that yes, that might be something to look at in a future plan change. But that would be the route through that. Yeah. The Any more questions?
Well, just one little one. On page 37, your table, build area F3R4, organised sports. Treated as a twin, but recommended to be retained. Is there a reason for that?
Yep, the reason for that is that the equivalent of Div 3 R4 is in the open spaces zone rather than the natural open space zone. So I have identified that there is a twin, but it's just not in what the upzoned zone would be.
So the equivalent is in the open space, but not in the natural open space.
Correct.
Just go back through my notes and see if there's anything I had left.
But just while you're doing that, a big picture again. So you are recommending that you work towards a recommended rezoning map to us, to the.
Correct. Yeah. So that would take what the two plans you have in front of you, plus the minor additions from my supplementary evidence. And then those would be the final development area plans. And then there would be one that would show the underlying zoning, which basically just reflects the colours on those maps anyway.
Okay, so it would look it would look like a exit from the E-plan maps, basically.
Correct, yeah. So it'd just be the slightly more muted colours, so the more yellowy colour for the MRZ zone, whereas the development area's got their brighter orange for the MRZ area.
And so the development map or structure plan
Mhm.
could be overlain on top of that.
Correct. So yeah, it would just be a layer that you turn on or off in the planning maps.
Going to your 42A report, the at page 18 of the 42A development areas, number E, if you're talking about analysing versions with a relative low emission climate resilience, saying, well, this is from a transport and accessibility perspective, development areas provide a more sustainable location than more distant and less well connected greenfield growth locations in the wider region. Judged in relation to Wellington City, not looking to the wider region, but just within Wellington City, are there any other options on the horizon for greenfield development that would be more favourable from any perspective than these two?
Not in my view, there isn't.
An issue about the suggestion at paragraph 30, Transpower are seeking a statement noting the existence of their transmission lines and a statement that any development must be appropriately managed to ensure the national grid is not compromised. My recollection is that policy 10 of the NPSET says to the extent reasonably possible, the national grid shouldn't be compromised. And so the question is, should that direction be stated quite so definitively?
It could be less directive in the introduction, but I think it's just there to provide that information and that noting that the introduction has no statutory weighting. I think though it also probably links back to that the development plans have been, their layout reflects the existence of the transmission lines. So all of the transmission lines are predominantly within the no build or natural open space areas.
I wonder if that's the way through, to say that the development area plans have been, rather than say what development must do, talk about what the plans do and neatly avoid the entire issue. Which no doubt we could discuss at some length with Ms. Whitney, as I have done in the past. More than once.
Just on the
Going to,
sorry, just have a follow-up question on the introduction.
Mhm.
Did you, given the changes that you've proposed, did you think that maybe any additional text was required in the introduction to assist users? Just noting the vast change, and I just wondered if you'd thought that any additional text was necessary to help plan users navigate.
In terms of the package of recommendations and deleting the fuzz.
Yeah.
I hadn't looked at it on the basis that it was possibly no scope, but given how broad cutting oral submission is, I might go back and have a look at the introduction. But I don't think there was anything that jumped out at me to amend.
I think we should leave it. The commissioners raised a good question, and we should invite you to think about it and tell us to reflect on that. And I think the message I'm taking is there's nothing large, but there might be something small that could be tweaked to give some more assistance. Going to your page 36. I read the clause 8, and back to your drafting, there seemed to be an awful lot of connecting going on. So we have connectivity in the we have connectivity to a well-connected network, and the road network is a connected street grid. There's a lot of connectivity and connection, and whether whether it might be put in, whether the English might be improved. It also seemed to me that maybe the second sentence, the last sentence, could be separated into a separate clause. That might assist. And but yeah, can I suggest that you think about the English? I think I understand what you mean, but paragraph 104, you agree with an amendment, but it seemed to me that the rule had disappeared. So I'm wondering, in your markup.
Yeah, so paragraph 104 to 108 is my recommendations on the basis that I don't delete the fuzz and upzone. So
I gotcha.
I've just
I
made an assessment and recommendation for the alternative.
gotcha. Oh, the page 43. At D, number D for Daniel, so you say suggesting a new rule, any activity is permitted if it's permitted and is in general accordance with the structure plan. That wording, general accordance, didn't seem to appear in the marked up rules. It just says in accordance. And was that an error?
I may have missed out the word general.
And then the second question is obviously that is classically the wording of condition 1 of any resource consent. In general accordance with the application and the documents submitted with the application. But is general accordance sufficiently clear for a permitted activity condition in your view?
I believe in general accordance with is the wording that was used already within the development area chapters.
Yes, I know, but they weren't live zones then, but they are now.
So you'd still be just in a general accordance with the development area plan.
But that's my point. If that's a condition of a permitted activity rule, is that sufficiently certain to satisfy the tests for valid permitted activity rules?
I consider it would be.
Oh yes, I've just noted paragraph 129 that I was busy comparing with your markup and seeing that some rules are remain that you say are deleted, and there's a reference to Dev2 S14, and I think that should be S24, but I'm not sure. Can you have a look at that, please? That's the one I found the mismatches.
Paragraph 129.
129.
So 129C should say Dev2 S24.
I think that's right. Like S14 didn't seem to make sense. but as I say, that's just something for you to work on with Mr. Halliday, and so that you're both comfortable with the provisions that remain are the right ones. But I think you've done the analysis in the appendix. It's just making sure that the appendix line, the amended provisions lined up with the appendix. The at 252, we're now into Lincolnshire. You're responding to a series of submissions about saying that you don't need provisions to make greater clarity, provide greater clarity as to no build means no build, effectively. And you're referring us at the top to the introduction. And I was wondering, is it the role of the introduction to provide substantive guidance? Like, are there enough hooks in the policy that, when read in conjunction with the introduction, will do the job?
Yes, and in paragraph 253, I identify those policies and rules that support the comments in the introduction.
And that, and as you say, would not include residential buildings outside the build areas. Would they include non-residential buildings like a big garage?
Which paragraph is that, sorry?
At the last sentence of 253.
Also, just to follow up, there was servicing, about, you say there's no earthworks, but something about servicing, putting services in as well in those no build areas.
Above ground services.
I believe the intent of the no build areas is to provide for earthworks and activities to facilitate the residential development. I don't think that would include a garage.
Well, as say, if you have a house on the other side of the boundary, that might be questionable, that a garage would facilitate residential activities next door.
So it would be a discretionary activity under Div 3 R32.
Which comes back to, do you need more policy guidance as to how that discretion should be exercised? So it's like, this is a fine detail level, but I invite you to think about that and advise further.
I will look into it.
Paragraph 305. So that the intersection would not have been designed. And I suppose my question is, you're inferring that. Do we have do you have any, can you source information as to what exactly was the design spec?
Paragraph 305. Was that?
305A. Talking about we'll ask Mr. Halliday that question because he's probably in a better position to answer it, but that might be something for you to check. And last point before we go, before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions, 314 saying where further clause 99 amendments may be necessitated, to which my reaction was, well, we're past that point. We don't have that discretion anymore. So where does that leave us?
Potentially at a future plan change or variation.
I think that, so having drawn that to your attention, can you advise us so along about that?
Can do that.
Questions? Any questions? I'm thinking, Mr. Birch, anything on the text? Because I'm thinking that we'll have a cup of coffee, you can have a rest, and then we'll come back and pick up any residual spatial issues.
One question. Minor thing. In your recommended changes to the Lincolnshire Farm area, you're recommending deleting all the building and construction kind of rules, except for Dev 2 48, which is on 12. That says any other building or structure not provided for as a permitted or restricted discretionary activity in the NBR.
Can I just clarify? You said Lincolnshire, but it's a Dev 2 rule, isn't it? Lincolnshire Dev 3?
Lincolnshire's Dev 2.
Oh, I got them around the wrong way. Oh, you get that.
So that would be the only rule, buildings and things on top of the construction rules generally part of the zone. And I'm just wondering what the purpose of that rule is.
Oh, yes, okay.
The reason I've recommended that it be retained is just because while there is a similar provision in the MRZ chapter, which is R17, it's not an exact twin, and therefore for that reason I've recommended that it should be retained in the Dev provisions as it addresses a matter over and above what's otherwise addressed in the underlying zone.
So it's not an exact twin, but in what way is it not exact twin? I'm just trying to get.
So the activity status in the Dev 2 rule is restricted discretionary,
Right, yeah.
whereas MRZ R17, which is the equivalent, has a permitted activity.
So why does it need to be a restricted discretionary activity in this area, in this zone?
It may not need to be. It was just that was the process of my assessment, that if it had a direct twin, it could be deleted, and if not, retained, just to keep that scope with what the intent of the development area was.
So that would go back to the Kaingora submission, that the scope is to have zone rules in accordance with the development plan, and that would be a material difference from what the development plan currently provides.
Correct.
Okay, if that's all on the provisions, we will, as I have adjourn, have a cup of coffee, and we're back at 5 to 11 and to pick up any spatial issues, which on the face of it seem to be principally where you and We'll resume the hearing. I think the only thing we have left, unless my colleagues have thought of something else in the interim, are the spatial issues. And I wonder if the best introduction is we'll take them to upstemming Glenside West first. If you could identify where on the map points in contention as you understand them to be are, and then we'll ask you any questions we have about those.
Yep, so for upper stebbings, section 42A recommended addition of the ridgetop overlay, which is the dark grey on the map on the screen. And then in my supplementary evidence, I've recommended the addition of 2 small MRZ areas, which are circled on screen. And so those are located outside of any streams, which is why I've recommended that they could be included.
And my understanding is that Mr. Halliday had an issue about.
So this is the relief sought by Mr. Halliday.
Oh yes, that's helpful. So it's to provide in effect a future development area, assuming development of Wellington Valley, isn't it?
That is correct.
Basically a connection through to Wellington Valley.
Yes.
Any questions about those, Commissioner?
Just to understand, I mean, I've read the report, so the primary reason for your rejection of these ones is that they impinge on the stream areas?
Yes, primarily the streams or the presence of SNAs or the topography, but primarily the streams.
Right, the right-hand side one is that the same reasoning there? That one, yeah.
That one there would also be located within the ridge top area, I believe, possibly, maybe not. The one up here is located within the ridge top.
Oh, yep.
And then this one down here has presence of a stream going through.
That's right.
And it's also quite steep topography up on that side as well.
Okay. And the one in the sort of centre on the edge of that blue road, no up a bit, that one, yeah. The reasoning for that one?
Again, I believe there's a stream within that area.
Because on the map you provided this morning, there's this neighbourhood park on that spot. And I know that's indicative here, the A there, and just above the A there.
Yeah, so I wouldn't consider it to be appropriate for MRZ residential, but for a neighbourhood park, that would be.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the green spaces basically follow where the streams are.
Right. So we will be undertaking a site visit, so we can see these areas on the ground, so to speak. Thank you.
Just a question, going back to, say, the connection to Wellington Valley.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the fact that, in effect, these are likely to be the only future development areas. What, in your opinion, are the prospects of future development into Wellington Valley? Like appreciating that this is crystal ball gazing to a degree.
in my view, it wouldn't be within the life of the district plan, any further development outside these greenfield areas.
On the basis that accepting that you never say never, but how likely is it that beyond the life of the district plan?
It's possibly more a question for Mr. Halliday. I wouldn't be sure on that.
Wonder if we could go on to Glenside West. Is that all the questions on upstairs? Yep.
So Mr. Halliday sought realignment of the roading layout for Glenside West, and appended to the back of my section 42A report is the map Mr. Halliday provided following our site visit. And what I have done is overlaid that with the Glenside West development area and have resulted in this new recommended layout for Glenside West with the addition of the ridge top as well.
Next, the motion, which is the one on the left.
In relation to both ridge lot, we have Mr. Blackett's concern that the nature of the ridges are very flat, and therefore the defined ridge areas don't in fact protect the integrity of the ridge line. What's your reaction to that?
I believe that part of the master planning background was an assessment of the values of the ridgetop area, and that on that, the basis of that report is where the extent of the ridgetop has come from. So I would refer back to the detail in the background report.
Anything from you, Commissioner?
Well, let's
Go further. Glenside West. Pass on to Lincolnshire.
So this is Appendix D, which is the map in front of you, which has in it 5 amendments. So it's basically a spot the difference approach here. So I've got slides that go through them all in detail and zoom in on the changes.
Back this up. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Right. And
So the detail of these submissions is in my Dev section 42 report on page 22. But to step you through them, the first amendment Mr. Halliday sought was that the road layout align with consented approved subdivision plans. And so the approved subdivision plans on the left and the development area is on the right. And my response was that they are already aligned and therefore no amendments are necessary.
There was some talk about on the bottom of page 22, you said you recommend that the road Mr. Halliday has identified as not feasible be deleted.
Correct. So
Can you
that's the second
okay.
second one.
It's the next one.
Yep. So Mr. Halliday sought that the road be deleted because it ends at a cut face. Having visited the site, I agree, and I've recommended that that road be removed from the development plan.
Yep.
Can you just go back to that one? So what's it showing exactly? So I can see the deleted road, but what's the red thing?
The red line is Mr. Halliday's preference, I believe, is that it would be based on the topography and earthworks that a road from Stony Hill Place, that road continue round instead. And my recommendation was if and when Mr. Halliday has plans for that new road layout, then that would be preferable to include in the development plan. But as I understand it, Mr. Halliday doesn't yet have those plans, so I've just recommended deletion of the road in its entirety.
Right, because it's a strange road pattern. Does it connect to that
It would-
road at the top or not? Was it quite separate to that road?
I'm uncertain. All I know is that Mr. Halliday's preference was it come from Stony Hill Place down to that purple road down the bottom. It might be a question best
Yeah.
put to Mr. Halliday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that number 3 or was that,
That's number 2.
that's still part of number 2. So number 3,
So number 3 is Mr. Halliday sought that a small area of natural open spaces zone be rezoned to MRZ, and I have overlaid that with the approved subdivision plan in the top right hand corner, and also shown the transmission line which runs through the site. And given those 2 factors, I have recommended rezoning as per the bottom right image. So it's basically
so you've left out a chunk, but you've recommended part acceptance in part.
acceptance in part, yes.
And the reason for the balance is because the transmission line
Correct.
is a constraint on the balance.
Correct. And also to continue to provide that connection from the road through to the open space network. So if it was to be fully MRZ, there wouldn't be that link through.
Any questions? 4?
So that's just showing the locality of that recommendation. Number 4 is a area of general industrial area. The plan on the left was in my 42A report, and Mr. Halliday correctly pointed out it's inverted, so ignore that one.
Yep.
But the one on the right is that area of general industrial area, and I have agreed with Mr. Halliday and recommended that it be amended to natural open space on the basis that that GIZ area was in a gully.
So
Can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah. Right. So the pink area is what again? Sorry. On that one? Yep.
The pink area is general industrial
Okay,
area,
so that's the expansion of the general industrial
and so
area.
the purple is the
The
zone,
current.
the current industrial zone.
GIZ, yep.
And then Mr. Halliday also sought that on the basis that the pink area becomes natural open space, becomes green, he sought that the orange then shift over to where the green is. And I've recommended rejection of that based on the topography of the site. And the location of a stream through there as well.
So could you move forward a slide just to. So the one you're recommending is one on the right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, notified on the left.
Number 5.
So the next one is an area of 15 Antigua Way.
Whereabouts is that on the big plan? Just is that number?
Up around C, so just below that industrial area.
Gotcha. That one.
So Mr. Halliday sought that some of the open space be rezoned to medium density residential area, and I have agreed to the extent that it's not the area with an SNA.
You've agreed with them
Agreed in part, yes.
in part.
And so the left is the notified, and at a slightly different scale is the recommended. And then the last one is an area which is up over here by Neighbourhood Parks E. Mr. Halliday sought that natural open space be rezoned or amended to MRZ area, and I have agreed with that, and to the extent that there's not an SNA in that location.
Is that number 6?
That's the 6th omission point and 5th amendment.
Gotcha. Any questions, Commissioner Stewart? Question team? No, that's very helpful.
Yes, ma'am. So could you, these ones weren't obviously in your section 42A report. Will you provide them as part of your reply?
Please. I can provide this presentation
Yes,
for you.
yes, if you could do that as well. It can wait until your reply, but if you could provide us with the presentation, because the before and after are very useful to look at side by side, complete with circles, make sure we're looking at the right thing. So any residual questions on development areas? Schofield?
Now I may have got the wrong end of the stick, but is this issue about accessory buildings in no build areas, garden sheds and the like? So that would be a natural open space zone in the, as recommended, the no build area. I'm looking at paragraph 254, section 42A. So just so to clarify, yeah, 254.
Yeah, so that would be the natural open space zone in the no build area.
Is that consistent with that zone, particular zone provisions? Or is that a difference because it's a dev area?
It'd be a difference.
Right. So if you just applied the underlining zoning to it, it wouldn't be consentable as a discretionary activity?
It may not be consistent with the policy directive in the natural open space zone, but
Right.
if you, yeah, if you retained the development area overlay, it could have a consenting pathway that way.
But that consenting pathway would look at the policies for that zone as well, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Right.
But I think in paragraph 254, while I say it may be acceptable that there be like a garden shed in the no build area, that's not, I wouldn't consider that to be common practice. But it might just be a one-off case by case basis that occur.
Okay. Thank you.
Going back to Mr. Halliday's point about, the lines not being absolutely certain at this point. What is the policy direction around, for instance, development extending slightly into a natural open space zone, in effect as a boundary change or boundary adjustment, but because it's a hard line now, what would the policy direction be? And is some specific policy direction required for saying slight incursions are okay?
So I think, for example, Dev 2 P1, clause 1.
Just a minute, yeah, go slow.
Yeah.
Dev.
So
Dev 2, are we looking?
Dev 2 P1 and then clause 1 has development is undertaken in general accordance with the location and extent shown in the development plan.
Equivalent is there for F3.
I'd hope that there would be.
Oh, sorry, it's P4 though, rather than.
Yes.
Dev 3 R1 just uses the phrase in accordance with.
Yes, I think it's probably an error on my behalf that it should say in general accordance with.
I think that was the one I.
Because I think with or without deletion of the fuzz and rezoning to the underlying zone, there would always be the chance that the location of, for example, the school might shift. And I think the provisions as notified provide for that, and the provisions as I've recommended that would still provide that. So for example, if in Lincolnshire Farm, they wanted to shift the location of the school all the way to the very, very north of the development area, I think with or without my recommendations, there would always be either a resource consent pathway or a plan change pathway to enable a difference in what the development plan sets out.
But otherwise, your recommendation is that if there are zoning boundary changes that emanate from the actual development, that could be all swept up in a sort of omnibus plan change.
Correct, yes.
I said before that there was, asked whether there was an equivalent policy as P1 Dev 2. And Dev 3, sorry, I can't find it unless I'm completely blind. P3 says only allow activities that are not in general accordance. But you don't have the equivalent as.
Yeah, that would be accurate. It would just be that Dev 3 P3.
So when you look back at that now with.
So can you just give me this? So I've been slow to find the provision. Can you just repeat which provision are we looking at? Dev 3.
Dev 3 P3.
So when you look at it now, does that provide the same sort of comfort as P1 and Dev 2 in terms of the issue of, allowing for some boundary movement? If,
I much prefer the way Dev 2 is written.
Yeah.
But I think that's an issue I've highlighted throughout the 42As is that as notified, these chapters provide very few links back to being in accordance with the structure plans or any links that would require the local centre to actually locate in the local centre zone. There's very few actual requirements linking the provisions back to the appendices or structure plans. I think it's something that ideally would be fixed up, but I'm not sure there is that scope to go back to those policies to tidy up.
Yeah.
Any more for any more people? I think that's it from us. Thank you. Well done getting through that. We will adjourn until 1:30 when we will hear from forces of regional government virtually. So adjourn the hearing until 1:30.
Good afternoon. Welcome for the representatives of Greater Wellington Regional Council to the Stream 6 hearing. We have a submitted statement from you, which we've read, so I don't want you to read it to us. But is there anything you want to draw to our attention in particular in it or around it? And the other thing is perhaps you'd get to introduce yourselves too.
Tēnā koutou commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to speak to our submission. Ko Mika Tuna tōku ingoa. In attendance, we've also got a few others from Greater Wellington. We've got Rachel Pawson, Scott Walker, Catherine Knight, and Sam O'Brien.
Can you go slower? Just rather, so that was
sorry.
Rachel
Pawson, Scott Walker, Catherine Knight.
With a K or a C?
A C, and Sam O'Brien.
Right. Okay, over to you.
So
welcome to the whole team.
Thank you. So yeah, we've tabled a written hearing statement and we've focused on the future urban zones and the development areas. So I'll just briefly speak to what our statement covers. So we want to respond, I guess, to the recommendation to delete the future urban zone and immediately upzone those development areas with just a few areas of caution. We're neutral about the recommendation to live zone those areas. However, this is provided that the relevant district-wide rules apply and that they're effectively implemented alongside our controls in the Natural Resources Plan. So firstly, we just want to acknowledge that and support the master planning process that has been undertaken to get to this point, as well as the minimal intent for future development in other greenfield areas that's been signalled by the reporting officer. We agree with the reasoning to delete the future urban zone on the basis that the development areas are progressed further than what you might typically see for a future urban zone. We also strongly support the provision of a centre in Lincolnshire Farms, the provision of some industrial land use, and the direction to provide for a mix of housing. And our written statement elaborates on this further. However, we maintain our submission which questions the need for these greenfield development areas, given the scale of intensification that could be enabled in existing urban areas. We'd generally prefer to see development in areas already well serviced by walking, cycling, and public transport networks, and with easy access to services and amenities. Our statement discusses that the location of these developments in particular is potentially challenging from an active and public transport perspective, and that existing mode share data indicates that the predominant use of private vehicles for commuting at the moment. New or extended bus services are provided in response to demand and viability across the whole network, and they're not necessarily guaranteed. So the recommendation to live zone these development areas may have an impact on the capacity of existing bus services. So we therefore seek ongoing collaborative planning for active and public transport going forward, and that walking and cycling connections to existing public transport services and amenities are provided in a timely manner. And then finally, we also just wish to emphasise the need for best practice stormwater and earthworks management, particularly given the sensitivity of the downstream environment, as well as the location of the Stebbings Valley and Seton Nossiter flood detention dams. Increased impervious surfaces and earthworks at the development sites could exacerbate downstream flood and erosion risks, as well as sedimentation issues in Te Awaroa or Porirua. Greater Wellington is therefore strongly supportive of the recognition of Te Mana o Te Wai and requirements for hydraulic neutrality and water-sensitive urban design in the Three Waters chapter and the design guides, as these will assist with managing potentially adverse downstream effects on the flood detention dams, Porirua Stream, and Te Awaroa or Porirua. We attended Hearing Stream 5 to express our support for the Three Waters chapter in particular, and in particular its integrated approach, consideration of downstream effects, and implementation of direction from the Whaitua processes. And then the last comment I'd just like to make is that our statement also briefly touches on stream reclamation. highlights the avoid policy direction in the Natural Resources Plan. We support Wellington City Council in considering the locations of streams to inform the design of these areas in order to avoid further reclamation going forward. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Zollner. The first question I wanted to ask you about was, in fact, as you say, Greater Wellington maintains its mission questioning the level of or the need for greenfield development given the scale of intensification already provided for within the existing urban footprint. I'm reading from page 7. Assuming you're not living under a rock, you are presumably aware that the hearing panel's suggestions to that effect have been extensively criticised, to put it neutrally, and it suggested that, well, we suggested that the panel's got that wrong on a wide range of grounds. So I'm not inviting you to defend the panel's decision, but that does call into question the basis for Greater Wellington's position. So I invite you to respond to that.
I don't necessarily think it does call into question our position. I think the wording is the scale of intensification that could potentially be enabled, not necessarily that has been or may be enabled. Our position is still that while there is the potential to intensify considerably in the existing urban area, given the potential risks downstream of particularly these sites, that needs to be weighed up carefully. I think it's consistent with our support for intensification that we've expressed.
Second question is that at paragraph 20, you maintain our submission indicating a preference for enabling development capacity in places where there's better access to public transport, proximity of services, etc. I think I probably know what you're going to say in answer to that, but are you suggesting that there are better greenfield options, or is this the better option internal to the existing developed city?
That was the intent of that statement, was to refer to around existing centres and in the existing urban area.
And my last question relates to your point, your emphasis on the need for best practice stormwater management. Are you satisfied, or is Greater Wellington satisfied, or both, that if there is best practice stormwater management, that the development of these sites will be able to occur with acceptable environmental outcomes?
I mean, I suppose that kind of depends on the consenting processes to come. That's quite a difficult question to answer. So I guess we're flagging they are coming, those consent processes.
Yeah, I could add something. I'm a senior policy advisor, Rachel Paulson at Greater Wellington, and I've been working on what's called Plan Change 1, which is the our latest plan change, which got notified in October last year, and it's to do with implementing the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water in Te Whanganui-a-Tara and Te Aroha Paeroa. From our perspective, any new urban development adds a contaminant load, but in terms of Plan Change 1, we have identified areas where there's planned greenfield development and areas where there's unplanned greenfield development. And these areas form part of the planned greenfield development. So the plan change has set freshwater objectives, but it is acknowledged that these areas of greenfield could be developed in the future. And so the plan change itself is working with the knowledge that these greenfield developments may happen, and yet we will still be able, it still will achieve the objectives of the plan change.
I suppose that's why I put it as a contingent, on a contingent basis, like accept that there are plan change processes to come. But my question is, if best practice stormwater management is practiced, then then from your perspective, then the results will be acceptable.
Our plan change has planned for these developments to happen, so yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Schofield. Any questions from you?
Just a point rather than a question, and that in paragraph 12 where you talk about contingent on rules in the district-wide chapters applying to hydraulic neutrality and water-sensitive urban design, as well as hazards. The panel's reports have gone online today, I think, recommending, well, the effect of them will be to apply these to these areas, those provisions. So I can just let you know that. But apart from that, I don't have any specific questions.
Okay, commissioners? Commissioner Birch?
Just a couple of comments. You comment that you support the master plan, and you agree to delete the FUZ, the fuzz zone. Was Greater Wellington involved in the master planning process for that area?
Yes, I'm aware we were definitely involved in the Upper Stebbings Glenside West process, which I think has been a bit more recent. I am not sure of our involvement in Lincolnshire Farms.
Sure. And as I understand it, you're comfortable that the PDP is consistent with the relevant provisions of Plan Change 1, would that be correct? Given that
We haven't really done that assessment. When the Three Waters chapter hearing was happening last year, that was prior to the notification of Plan Change 1. So at that time we expressed support for that chapter, and I see that a lot of it's been retained from what I've seen this morning. But I can't comment on necessarily consistency.
Okay, thanks, that's helpful.
I think that's it from us. So thank you both for your contribution and for dialing in this afternoon.
Thank you.
So we'll sign off there. Ms. Weeber, I presume.
Yes, yes, I'm Yvonne Weeber, Chair of Guardians for Bays and question submission as well.
Yes, so I'll just get this, I'll just write this split down because that was my reading that so we have Guardians of the Bays and yourself personally, and you're representing both effectively.
Yeah. I mean, I'm primarily going to talk to Guardians of Bays and probably just add a bit of personal information. Having lived in the area most of my life, or been associated with the area.
So we have your written material, and so which we've read. Is there anything you particularly want to draw to our attention, or any additional points you wish to?
Yeah, there are quite a few additional bits that I've highlighted. Yeah, and there's one area that I'd like to delete as well, because I got confused about airport activities and non-airport activities. So, as I believe others also had that problem.
Yes, we had an extensive discussion with Mr. Jeffries, the reporting officer, yesterday about those.
Yes, I was listening to that, and then I looked at what I'd written last night and went, oh, yeah. Anyway.
Well, I'm sure you're not the only one that, with the benefit of hindsight, thinks, well, maybe I could have put that better or differently. Or however.
So what I might do is just, I take it you've read my submissions, and I've got a presentation as well that I'd just like to highlight some things. So I'll go through the things that I've added in relationship to things and the reasoning why. if you want something written from that, I can always give it to you, but hopefully my oral.
Let's see how big the
Yeah,
additions
yeah,
are,
no,
and then
yeah.
I'll tell you the answer to that question.
Okay. So quite happy to do either. So first things, unfortunately, I read Mr. Jeffrey's rebuttal evidence, but I didn't read Appendix 1 in this rebuttal evidence. So that was just trying to catch up with a whole lot of things that are happening and doing it. Well, I'm still trying to work full time at the same time. So that is the one issue that I had. I'll go through some bits that I've added things. In the airport zone, we agree with the distinction between airport and, it should say, non-airport related activities. We also consider the obstacle limitation surface definition is quite important to actually understand what that is, and having it somewhere in the plan would be useful. So in regard to that, the okay, thank you. With the echo? No, okay, no. Okay. With the OLS ground effect difference in relationship to Bridge Street, in the presentation I'll show, it's Bridge Street's actually lower than the airport strip. So that does allow some sort of development, in my mind, to actually occur in that land in some way. And in a constrained site, that might mean that you have to build something and put over the airport strip over the top of it. Not unheard of, because we've got tunnels and things going under the airport at the moment. So in my mind, there's something that needs to be, happening and could happen within that Bridge Street area that isn't in the designation. And so I think we need to consider the airport may have activities or non-airport activities, as the case may be, that could actually occur on the level, but within the Bridge Street sort of area. So that would be one. With the airport zone 02 development of the airport zone, there was quite a discussion about what the public roads and open space side of things, or public domain, was discussed. I think public domain is wider than public roads and open space. I do know that the community, when the aircraft hangar on Tarangi Road in particular got put up, there was a sort of general despair that it had occurred in the way it had occurred, and a lot of discussion at the time about how bad it is. I know that Mr. Jeffries put in Airport Zone 02 a number 4 to do with the operational function requirements of the airport and its associated buildings and structures may necessitate a specific scale, location and appearance. And it's our view that nothing really necessitates a low quality building, especially as large as an aircraft hangar on a public road such as Tarangi Road. And we'd believe that number 4 actually opens up all sorts of arguments that would show that any building, including a large grey hangar building, could be necessitated in relationship to that. And having lived in that area, I just think that we know that we will have airport buildings, but we just don't want big, ugly ones like the one that the airport put up on Tarangi Road in the past. In relationship to air objective 04, adverse effects generated by activities, we'd like to see that including the effects of the amenity and the surrounding area. So it's sort of like we're just constantly we're aware that there's an airport there, but we just want to have that amenity for the community looked at. In relationship to Objective 5 on carbon neutrality, there was quite a bit of discussion there. I know that the hearing one of the hearing panel people talked about, had some wording on it, and I unfortunately was able to write it down, but it sounded quite good, whatever it was.
The point we discussed with Mr. Jeffries was whether the focus should be on expanding options for carbon neutrality or expanding take-up of carbon neutrality, because it seemed that having options and not exercising them was all a bit futile.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It should be take up of options. Yeah. So that's, I didn't write it down, but I thought it sounded good. So, and I know our members would be very keen on the take up of options to carbon neutrality. For airport P3, non-airport activities. So there's constant removal of the wording in relationship to limited in nature and scale and extent of airport activities, buildings and structures. We would support the remaining, certain wording staying in airport, to do with non-airport activities. So we oppose the removal of wording around non-airport activities being limited in nature, scale and extent in the airport-related activities, buildings and structures as seen in Policy 1 and Policy 2. Now, my biggie and my confusion on to do with Rule 2, airport-related activities. I'd like to strike out 6.22 and 6.23 because I got confused with airport-related activities and non-airport activities.
Understand?
And I'll apologise for that confusion. But yeah, it's one of those things, and we realise.
Say no more.
Yeah, basically we realise that the airport terminal should be permitted in that zone. So it's like not airport activities should be, but it's the non-airport activities that confuse it. And I think that is about the main thing. And then I'd like to show you some slides if that's possible.
Operate the technology, and I'm sure that Jazz can help you if that's.
So it's there. Oh, okay. And I just hit the button. Okay, cool. Oh, should be.
We're looking at the same screen.
Yeah. Okay. So the Bridge Street area has not been included in the 2040 master plan. So as far as I'm aware, I did a search in the document. I couldn't find it anywhere. It's not in any of the plans or maps or anything like that. So it's sort of like a no man's land at the moment.
And when where we're talking about is off the far left.
Yes, yeah, off the far left of this, area.
I was just trying to understand that, Matt.
So
isn't Bridge Street on the far left there, just to the left of that black text box? That one? I thought that was okay.
All these houses, the majority of them have been removed. And I think there's only like one residential house left, and I talked to the locals in the area, and it's an older person, and the airport's allowing him to live in the house, and they'll buy it up when he needs to move, or whatever. So and of interest, the person I was talking to on the other side of the street also had obviously an option for purchase from the airport company as well. So, and I mean, it's good that the purchasing of these properties is important. I mean, I have played in the backyards as a kid in Bridge Street, and I know it was quite nice before the jets came along. So it was, but even then, it was pretty scary seeing even propeller planes take off on the airport. So this is a picture of two of the sort of looking. The one on the left is looking north, and the other one's looking south of Bridge Street, and they've just got there's a grassed area with just little barriers so people can't park and things like that. And there's a few houses. The one on the right is probably the highest area of land, and that does actually is a small area of land that the airport owned that breaches the level of the OLS, is that called? Yeah, on the maps anyway. It is sloping, it's lower, and the majority of it is lower than the airport strip. And there's residential houses all on the other side, except on the northern section of Bridge Street itself. So it's a high point, and there's structures and different things happening that the airport company has on the land, which is lower than the airport strip as well. Oh, just a minute. And the other thing is, majority of that land is not in the designation. I think it's because they want to amalgamate the titles and do whatever they need to do for the area.
Background of the photo on the right,
Yep.
is that the change in level that you're talking about between the runway, if you like,
Yeah.
and the lower?
This is Bridge Street, and that's the runway there with the security fencing on the top.
Yeah.
You've got another slide that shows it better, haven't you?
The next one.
Snap.
Yeah. So that, and I think this would be the highest area is actually in the airport land area. So yeah. But I mean, it's.
Do you know roughly what that change in height is?
It's from this. It's like 3 meters.
Right.
Plus, that's what it is.
So we'll say approximately 3 meters, but
Yeah, and it's on a slope, so it could be 4 meters. I don't know.
but
It's a sloping up.
it's higher to the south.
Yes, yeah. The southern end has definitely got like a little knoll. You got to realise that the airport was built on Rongotai Terrace, which was similar to Tarangi Road, which is all removed and filled and things like that. So, I mean, this is probably the area that's not reclaimed that was on Rongotai Terrace is probably the most stable area of airport land. So. And this is our large bulky hangar on Tarangi Road, and we don't want any more of that. The community or Guardians of the Bays or Yvonne Weeber does not want any of that. It's like, yeah, it's like utilitarian to the point of, no return sort of thing. So, and the thing is that further on down, you can see there's nice putakawa trees and different things that have happened with the retail. Well, that have been part of the frontage of the airport because it had buildings and stuff like that, and had the grass area and trees and things like that. That has been the view of, there was a sort of meaty industrial sort of area on the Tarangi Road, but not big, humongous like this sort of size. And that's my presentation.
Well, I have a follow-up point. The rule you're seeking for Bridge Street is open space enhancement area with no buildings. And I wondered, well, given that there was a row of houses there, would you have a problem with buildings of the scale of the houses that were taken away?
No, I would have no, I personally would have no problem, and I don't think Guardians of the Bays would have any problem with that either. It was more, it needs something, and it's not just, this area of land is not the airport land. And I know there's discussion about whether it's a precinct or within, whatever the terminology is, but it's not.
It's an area.
It's an area of
Let's
land.
call it an area.
Whatever it is, it's an area of land that is not runway at the moment. It will take considerable development to become runway, and it needs something in there. And so, yes, yeah.
2 other questions, Ms. Weeber. The first, by way of background, the organisation Guardians of the Bays, how many members do you have?
We have officially we have around 30 members, and then there's over 200 on an email list that gets sent out annually, information. So.
And
Not annually, but on a regular basis, information, and that gets distributed. And there's a high take home. Like MailChimp can tell me that lots of people read stuff. So
And the last question I had relates to your suggested amendment to objective 4. And I wondered whether this was actually needed, because it already says that ensuring adverse effects of airport and airport related activities are avoided, remedied or mitigated. Aren't amenity effects a species of effects?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Mr. Schofield.
Did I hear you correctly say that on the other side of Bridge Street, because at the moment it's split in two, there's a residential line and then there's grass open. Did I hear you say that the airport is buying up those properties as
Yeah,
well?
there's already vacant properties on that side, on the northern end of Bridge Street. And they've got a recycling sort of thing happening, a composting, recycling thing happening there. And next door to that, next residential house, I think, or two might be up for option. Yeah, as well. So.
And did you have any specific recommendations for us in terms of how to address this situation?
I think the setback is one of the things that would be good to have in relationship to the street frontage, and an overall design quality sort of consideration when buildings like this are built. Because as we all know in New Zealand, things like this will last forever. They get reconverted to other purposes. The airport wasn't there as well, so yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McMahon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Weeber. I've got 6 questions for you. The first is, you said that you agree about the need for the utility of a distinction between airport activities and non-airport activities.
Yep.
Or airport purpose and non-airport activities. What about the term airport-related activities? That's the third bundle of terms that's used in these series of rules. What's your view on the necessity for that term?
I think it gets confusing to have 3 different terms, and it's confusing enough with airport activities and non-airport activities.
I put this question to Mr. Jeffries yesterday, and his answer was that those terms are replicated in rules 1, 2 and 3, which relate to airport activities, airport-related activities and non-airport-related activities. Can you see the nexus there?
Yeah. Yeah. But it is confusing. It's not easy.
Yes. Well, the Appendix 1 to Mr. Jeffries' rebuttal, which you said you hadn't read initially.
Yeah, I've got it in front of me.
Yeah. It includes those 3 definitions. It's on the very last page. And subject to getting the wording right, do you still maintain that there's some confusion between the 3? And just to assist you with that, the chair had invited Mr. Jeffries in relation to the airport-related activities to possibly consider the inclusion of a statement that they don't include airport activities. So would that assist in the clarity?
Again?
The chair, in relation to the term airport-related activities,
yep.
The chair put to Mr. Jeffries that maybe that definition might be assisted if it had a statement along the lines that airport-related activities do not include airport activities. So you're either in one bucket or the other. You can't be in both.
So these definitions have non-airport activities, airport-related activities, and you're relying on the zone to say what airport activities are. Is that what happened?
Well, you rely on the definition to determine what is in each bucket. And then each rules 1, 2 and 3 then have a activity status aligned with those activities.
Pedantic, you've got airport purposes, not airport activities.
Yes, okay.
So
that's-
can we
that-
change that?
Forget about that.
Can we
let's say-
change that?
Let's say that's said airport activities.
Okay, that would help me a lot,
Okay,
because I think,
thank you for that.
yeah.
I'll move on to my second question. And it's also on the same page. I think I heard you say that you opposed the deletion of the obstacle limitation surface definition.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure why that was.
I think it needs somewhere an explanation of what that means in the district plan.
Okay.
I'm not sure why you want to remove a definition.
Okay.
That would be my own thing, because you're relying on it for a number of factors. So
So if it's not defined elsewhere in the plan, you think it should be at least defined in as a term relevant to the airport zone?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to objective 3. I'm working off appendix 1 here. Sorry, not objective 3, objective 2, sorry.
Oh yeah, that was the one that changed quite a bit.
Yes, and there's two parts to my question here. The first was whether the phrase public domain is replaced with adjacent public roads or open space. You sort of had a dollar each way in your answer earlier to the chair on that, and I just wasn't sure where you were sitting. You agreed that public domain was broad, but public roads and open spaces perhaps narrow. It was suggested to Mr. Jeffries yesterday that open space might be open space land. How would you feel about that?
I think the issue that I have is that some of the places you could see buildings from are like Rongotai College, Lyell Bay, Evans Bay, Leonegill Walkway, Tarangi Road walkways and Strathmore Park walkways. So yes, they are public or they're open spaces. Yeah. So
But I mean, the term open space there isn't referring to open space zones, is it?
okay. No, as long as it's not open space zones, then
Okay.
as long as if you're in Lyell Bay and someone decides to put a humongously, they are big stuff there anyway.
Okay, I'll record that as long as it's not open space zones.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Yes, objective 2.
I've got grave concerns about number 4 on the
Yes,
objective 2. It's like, yeah,
that's my next question.
I think it's
You, as I understood your verbal presentation was that you were concerned that might dilute, might favour utilitarian design over design that takes account of its surroundings.
that would be definitely my view on it.
Have
And it's
you-
not to say that utilitarian design is can look stunning in places, but when it's right on a road frontage like this, it's not.
What do you say about the use of the word may in that new clause 4? I mean, it's acknowledging that structure, that I guess what it's acknowledging is that form may follow function,
Well,
but it's not saying that is an absolute outcome, and this is an outcome statement, isn't it?
I'm working on the community liaison group over the sludge management facility, which is behind the airport land, and they're working, like it's basically a form of it's a building with a whole lot of engineering pipes and tubes and you name it, but they're working to the point of colour schemes, working out how it works, how it looks, and working with the community on that in a way that I haven't seen the airport do with any of its buildings. So, I mean, to me, it's an amazing, interrelationship. We were able to ask just 2 weeks ago you're changing the colour scheme, you've removed the green, can we have the green back? And because we asked that, they went back to the manufacturers and they were able to get a green that, that worked with what we wanted. So I think that engineering works or big structures can be designed in a way that works with the community and adds something to it.
Is clause 4 as proposed, and it's in green in my copy, is that locking in a utilitarian design, or is it merely recognising that that may be an outcome?
I don't want it to be may. That's a thing. I think it's it is actually locking in the fact that anyone can't argue that there could be a different way of designing it.
Okay.
That's my issue with it.
I'll move on to policy 4. This is sort of related about airport character, and you made some comment about the urban design protocol and the proposed replacement of that with the intent of the centres and mixed use design guide.
Yeah.
There was a lot of discussion on that when Mr. Jeffries presented, and as I understood that discussion and the answers between Mr. Jeffries and the chair, it went along the lines that, well, the centres and mixed use design guide might not be that appropriate to the airport zone. What would your response be to that?
I think the airport has a different function from a mixed use zone, and I think the airport is trying to work out what to do with and get an urban design the terminology for the terminal area, and it's having troubles doing that, not because of what they want, but people, the concept of what an airport does. It has a functionality. It has to have, it has a airport side, airstrip side that you have a whole lot of safety and security, and then you probably have a public sort of side to it. So the mixed use guide, I don't actually think it's almost you need a different guide for an airport and how it functions, because you're always within the confines of this airport in particular, because it is so constrained. You will have an area of land that deals with the actual airstrip, and then you'll have another sort of more public sort of side on the other side of it. So I'm not sure whether the mixed use zone actually would cover it.
Based on your answer then, Ms. Weeber, would you support the deletion of clause 2 in its entirety? Because given that there's not a design guide per se for the airport. And then when you're thinking about that, with the assessment criteria relating to the bulk and height standards and standards 1 and 2, which require an assessment of urban design and visual impact, including height and bulk, visual interest, etc., scale and context, form, variation, lighting, those contiguous building lengths, shading and privacy, landscaping impacts, would all those assessment criteria address some of your concerns in that respect?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. And my final question relates to the, just make sure I get the terminology right. I should know it because I was involved in the designation. The Miramar South precinct, it was subject to a designation hearing, I think that you probably attended.
No, that was one that we didn't attend actually.
Okay,
so, yeah.
But it was some 5 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
As a resident of the area, how is that area developed in terms of its visual amenity and impact and character?
I think at the moment it's not how people envisage it, because a large fence got put up, and it's not going to have buildings in it so much. It's going to be like a car parking yard for electric buses. I believe it.
The fence, I understand, was an acoustic fence. It was and also was to require some visual screening. It was there were conditions of
there was general disquiet in the area about it, because Miramar South School had always had a very open sort of thing, and residents used to play in it and do things with it. It used to be like a public park, I suppose.
Yes, that disquiet aside, in terms of the loss of a perceived open space area, and the replacement with a airport facility. Has there been any concern expressed about the amenity and character of the area in terms of its built form?
The built form is at the moment the fence, unfortunately.
And some landscaping, I
And a
understand.
bit of landscaping that's come in recently, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And presumably that is of a type that will grow to a certain.
Grow to a point which, you know, if it's looked after
Yes.
and managed properly and watered, well, as a local, I know you need to water for the first 3 years, basically, to get it down to the water table level. Otherwise, it's not going to survive.
Yes.
So,
My understanding from the hearing was that was to form a green fence, Pisspora
Yeah.
type.
that was the
edge.
design of it, because it was meant to be a green area and then a fence,
Yes.
and then whatever, like a
Yes.
building or something behind.
So over time, you would expect,
Yeah.
all things being equal, for that
Yeah.
to occur.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's quite a bit of disquiet as well during the construction phase of it, and the fact that, you know, litter was forming in different areas and it was just looking very unkept, but that's gone. So
Well, I'm looking forward to visiting that area again. I haven't seen it for some time, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miramar South, I went to Miramar South School, so I could remember when the Jets came in 1971 and the teachers could not speak.
Okay.
So
Thank you for your answers, Ms. Weeber.
life has improved because the Jets are a lot quieter and a lot less polluting. So
Thank you.
yes.
Any questions?
Thank you. Just in regards to P4, you were saying that you prefer to keep that the last sentence in. Just wondered whether you had looked at clause 4 of that policy. Sorry, did I say 4? I mean policy 3, not 4. So did you look at clause 4 of that? And I just wondered if you thought that those aspects in that final sentence could possibly be covered off in clause 4 anyway.
Yeah, I mean that P3 is, you're talking about P3?
P3, sorry.
Yeah, so that's non-airport activities rather than, yeah.
So clause 4 talks about being incompatible with overall urban form of adjacent zones.
Yeah, but it's only for non-airport activities.
Yeah.
Not airport activities.
Activities.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, you know, it's
probably
non-airport activities like to have a nicer relationship perhaps with the local adjacent zones. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but at the beginning of that policy says discourage new non-airport related activities that are incompatible with adjacent zones.
The adjacent zones, it's kind of interesting in relationship to Bridge Street and what happens if you had non-airport activities.
So that was leading on to my next question was about Bridge Street.
Yeah.
I know you've got a desire to have some sort of I know precinct has been thrown around, but we've decided we don't like that word. Maybe area.
Area, yeah.
So I did question Mr. Jeffries yesterday about that, and he wondered what particular characteristic you would be protecting, if you like, of that area. What sort of area, and what sort of characteristics would you be wanting to protect or enhance of that area? I think that's the point of the other zone precinct areas.
Yeah, I think it's having something that would be if you build something there that it had some sort of scale and grain that related to the actual residential on the other side, rather than something that was monotonous and, you know, like lengthwise that went through. So it's trying to sort of modify it in a way that actually would appease the residential zone on the other side and wouldn't be monotonous to look at, because at the moment it's gone from residential to a grass field quite quickly. So
so it's about how it interacts with adjacent residential zone.
Yes,
and the street environment.
Yeah. And in a way, it's like having, whether you've got the Miramar South Precinct, having some sort of management plan as to what it would look like as well in relationship to that area. So, yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Any more commissioners? Thank you very much, Ms.
Oh,
Weaver,
thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank
Coming
you.
to see us.
Okay, that's cool. Good luck with the next part. Through.
Onward and upward.
So you don't want me to write anything or send you something you've
No,
got everything?
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Like I've got a good note.
Cool.
I
That's
think
brilliant.
of what you've said to us.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We now have the representatives Horokiwi Quarries. We note Commissioner Schofield is exiting stage left. Due to the conflict he's previously declared on the subject. Oh. Yes, I sent to the naughty chair.
Gone off to the naughty chair. Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of Miramar South School.
Oh, yeah. That was a great school. What a great school. No doubt about it, but it's no longer there. They're wrong.
It's on their remit to bring it back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Whitney, Mr. Baker, welcome. Before you start, one question I would like to ask you is, would it be possible for you to take us over the site?
More than welcome. Yeah.
And in particular, late morning tomorrow.
Sorry?
In particular, late morning tomorrow.
Okay.
We're due to finish the hearing about 11:20, and we think it'd be a really good idea if we could come up and actually eyeball the two areas where the zoning is an issue.
Yep. Perfect. Just when you finish, come up and I'll be waiting.
Well, the next question is, where would we come? Some directions. Where would we meet you?
It's just come along State Highway 2 into the quarry.
Oh, just the turn off State Highway 2.
Turn off State Highway 2, you come up the Horokiwi Hill about 200 or 300 metres. You can't miss us. And if you just come down and veer into the left where the office is, there's parking there, and we can take you from there.
If we're running according to time, we'd be there sort of around midday.
Yeah, I'll be available. Yeah, if you're later, you're later. I'll have a short no lunch.
What about what about health and safety considerations in terms of high vis gear and boots and?
I can supply high vis and hard hats, but we'll put you into company utes. So if you do want to get out, you'll need the high vis on. But we won't take you. I'll take you fully around, but we can avoid the actual working areas. So
yes, well, that's the point. We don't need to see the working quarry. It's the areas where you might want to expand, which by definition are not working, but that we might want to get out and have a look.
That will involve going through the working quarry.
Oh, yeah,
but we'll have you in utes then.
We'll stay in ute. And there'd be 4 of us, because we'll bring the reporting officer to chaperone us, since we'll and keep you in line.
No, more than welcome. That's great, because your picture's worth 1,000 words, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, with that preliminary, how would you like to proceed? Obviously we have your evidence, which we have read with interest. I don't know whether you were able to listen to our discussion with Ms. Van Uren
Giles yesterday afternoon.
Yes, Jazz kindly sent me the recording first thing this morning, so I was able to listen.
So you will. Well, so you probably guess what questions we're going to, and have already prepared your answers.
There were quite a few, so.
Yes, there are. But should we start with Mr. Baker?
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it might be easier if we just give a quick summary. Mr. Baker goes first, happy for questions at any stage, and then I can follow up with the planning components. I have provided some probably comprehensive speaking notes, which I can send through as well if that would be of assistance.
Yes, that's saved me writing it all down.
Yes,
That would
and
be
I've included
appreciated.
a table and some images and that in there. So they are speaking notes, so they're probably not as refined as evidence, but it just
I
gives you
understand.
a clear steer.
They'll be more refined than any notes that I take. Me too.
Right, so I'll hand over to Mr. Baker and he can just give an overview of this evidence.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to be heard in support of our submission. My name is Ross Baker. I'm the company quarry manager for Horokiwi Quarries and have been employed there for coming up 50 years. So I know a little bit about it. The quarry, it was established, I'll just track this back, in the 1920s, and it's basically in private ownership for a lot of years. In 1995 it was sold by the private owners to a joint venture between Ford and Hogan and the Higgins family, and they remain as the shareholders. We quarry on approximately 300 acres, and we're largely, as a quarry, in quite a unique position that we're there, but we're sort of hidden from view unless you happen to be out on the harbour in a boat. You know, we're not very obtrusive to the landscape. The life of the quarry is a little bit of a guess. It's somewhere between 8 and 25 years. A lot of this depends on consenting, water consenting, and the attitude of the shareholders, at what level we keep supplying the market at. They may at some stage take the attitude to protect their own interests that they limit the supply to others. But that's an opinion that I have. It's certainly not happening at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get painted into a tight corner by the regional council, that they look at the resource and think, well, we want this for ourselves for longer.
Yes. Could I just interrupt at that point, Mr. Baker? When you say the life of the quarry is 8 to 25 years, is that dictated by the consent you hold or the supply of material that's currently zoned quarry or currently consented for quarrying?
It's a little bit of both. The consents we hold in terms of quarrying aren't restrictive.
No.
Because we have an existing use right to quarry.
That's the district consents. What about any regional consents?
The regional consents, at the moment, we're battling with the regional consents to take enough water to wash aggregate. And those sort of things can limit our activity.
Do you hold a regional consent at the moment?
Yes, we hold, I think, regional consents. We've got 34.
Okay, and are you in the process of, I know this isn't the term, but are you in the process of renewing those?
Yes, we our water take and water discharge, we're in the process of renewing.
Okay, yeah, albeit that they are new consents.
No.
Yeah. No. Okay, take and discharge. Okay, so the 8 to 25, it's quite a wide gap, isn't it?
It is a wide gap, and why I say that, we basically, since the time I've been at the quarry, we've probably put about 25 million tonne into the market.
Yes.
So you're basically 500,000 tonne average. You know, some years we double that, but if we were to go down to supplying shareholders only, like Higgins Concrete and Fulton Hogan, that would probably reduce to 150,000 tonne a year. So we would project that life out.
Okay, putting aside the renewal of consents, in terms of just the supply of material that's available within the consented area, and it's assumed you've got your regional consents, what would that mean for the lifespan of the quarry? again, I appreciate it depends on how you respond to the market and when it's just shareholders or supply on a holders bowlers approach.
Yeah, we would be pushing out to the 2025 year mark.
You would, okay.
Yeah, with the rock. A part of it is we're currently trying to negotiate with the Wellington City as to extending the quarry onto some city council reserve land, which would give us another 10 years. So there's all sorts of
Yes.
maybes going on.
The reporting officer has alluded to that in her 42A report, and we might come back to that point later on.
Yeah.
Okay, so all things being equal with consenting, there's sufficient supply for at least 2 decades.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and whether that's 2.5 decades or less depends on the company's own strategy as to who they supply.
Yeah, and I just throw that in there because that's how I got closer to the longer life.
Yes.
And you know, I think if I was owning the quarry, I'd be sort of protecting my other interests.
I've been involved in a number of quarry hearings. The most recent one is one in Wellington, and you'll be familiar with that because it's a high rock quarry, which was an extension of a consent that was to lapse. They specialised in hard rock material, particularly of the larger size, for river protection works, etc. What's the speciality in the Horokiwi quarry in terms of the type of material it produces?
We don't have the big rock. Wellington doesn't, because we're all on the fault. Okay. So if we get a big one, we save it. We put it to one side. But
is the market roading? What is it?
Well, the market's varied because the quarry's so varied. We've got our premium rock we use for such things as runway overlays at the airport, the concrete industry, the asphalt industry, the sealing industry. Our mid-range of rock we use for base courses, for roading, drainage metal, subdivision work. General housing, construction, a lot of stuff. And then we've got the lower end, which is just the bulk fills, material like that. Like we did the Seaview Marina years ago. We're doing the cycleway now. So we cover all ranges except limited quantities of the big rock.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry to interrupt. I just
No. It's easy to answer questions sometimes.
And a flow-on question is, in your evidence, Mr. Baker, you talk about the influence of transport costs, and you say, well, if you're getting it from the Manawatu, i.e. by the sound of it from Linton, as Commissioner Barnes, it would add another $30 a tonne. Can you give me a sense, what's the friends and family price for rock going out the door? If I wanted a quiet tonne to put in my back garden.
Well, if you bring a trailer tomorrow, we'll load it up for you. Sorry.
Yeah, but give me a sense of you said you've got premium in mid-range and lower end. Can you give me a sense of what sort of price, and if it's confidential, we'll budget?
Yeah, you can look at our price lists on the net. So basically, our premium quality rock, if we're doing chip and top grade base courses and stuff like that, we'd be looking around the $40 a tonne mark. For our mid-range products, we're between probably $20 to $25 a tonne. And then for our lower range products, anywhere between $7 and $14 a tonne.
Thank you. So, but the thrust is that, so like for the mid range, adding $30 is going to double the cost.
Yes, at least.
It will in fact more than double the cost.
$30 is a favourable sort of rate if we bring in stuff from the Manawatu. The reality is that there's no surplus up there either, or the Wairarapa. It's everyone thinks it can be trucked in, but they're all on limited resources as well. transmission gully proved that.
So we interrupted you. Is there anything else you want to tell us?
Just to touch on, I think, like I say, over the years, a lot of things have changed at the quarry, and I've lost a little bit of track here, but consenting and compliance and stuff like that, it's just, 10, 15 years ago, it didn't concern me. I had a tiny wee budget and it took care of it now, but consenting and compliance is added probably $2 to $3 a tonne to our material out of the gate. And that doesn't allow for the extra work that the compliance generates, like building settling ponds and which are necessary, but just the without being rude, sitting here today with a consultant.
Well, like I'm sure you get incredibly good value from your consultant.
Love them to bits, but it's just a very real cost to us now. Every month we're writing out tens of thousands of dollars to consultants for compliance and for getting the expert advice we need, and the consenting process that doesn't stop there, because we go in with what we think are the best people, with Boffers and Tonkin Taylor, whoever, and then we pay again for it to be peer reviewed. So we just get hit every way on compliance and consents, and money we spend on consultants is money we don't have to spend on actually doing things, like planting and revegetation. The budget soon disappears and just keeps putting the prices up. My intention is, what I'd like to see is the quarry remain a quarry until it's completely exhausted to every boundary, and possibly extending those boundaries. And then, we'd like to see that, there's some way in the future forward to us to maximise what's left there, whether it becomes a clean fill, whether it becomes an industrial park, whatever. We just see that some of these zoning things just throw obstacles in front of us all the way. And we just like to see a clear path by having one thing relating to the quarry as a quarry, and let's get it down to the last stone before we make it too hard. So we've tried elsewhere and been very unsuccessful. Spent a lot of money trying to get the old Plimerton quarry reopened. Pauline was involved with that with us, Boffers, TNT, and the Pyro City just shot us down in a flash, didn't they, in the regional council.
I guess it just demonstrated the sensitivity around quarry activities and the resistance from communities for new quarries.
That was potentially a 500-year resource out of Plimerton. It could probably provide for Wellington forever. It had its issues, but the companies we as Horokiwi, with the support of the others, were prepared to put probably 20 or 30 million to get that off the ground with a long-term plan, but it just got too hard. So we sort of came back into our own little hole and thought, well, how can we get more out of this? And hopefully with some of these things and the right decisions, we can get the most out of it. So thank you.
I had one final question, Mr. Baker. In paragraph 7.8, you talk about potential expansion areas, and we're talking about two areas that are in contention. The area around the settlement pond, and the one that down facing the going up from the state highway. In terms of potential expansion areas, do you know what the quality of rock is under those areas? Like, is that is that just a consenting problem, or do you need to confirm the quality of the rock as well? Like, how potential is potential?
once in any investigative work we've done around the quarry, we've spent lots of money on drilling holes and not getting very accurate results. But the area to the first area by the sludge pond, you can see in the bottom there where there's been previous small cuts made that there is rock there. We would certainly do a little bit of drilling to find it, but it's not a preferred area to go into. The other area over the other side of the road, which we call the house block area because there's an old house on it, is very similar to what we've quarried in the past, and the geological information we have is that the seams of rock that we've experienced back in the main quarry will run through that area. We really haven't done much about it because another one of these projects, the Batoni Granada link, was always going to, at one stage it was going right through the middle of the quarry before they realised it. But if they do that link, which is scheduled for 2028, the talk is they will close the Horokiwi Road, the existing Horokiwi access road at the quarry gate, and access for the residents will come off of the new Batoni Granada link, and that would then make it a lot easier for us to go across the road to access material. If that doesn't happen, we would have to look at either conveying an enclosed conveyor and bringing the rock into the quarry from there. But I haven't had to attack it. It's probably a problem for the next manager, but it's certainly a source and probably another 5 to 7 years of rock available there.
On the home block, on the
home block, yes.
House block, isn't
The
it?
house block, sorry,
Yeah.
house block.
If you could call it a house. You'll see that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, there is. So I just want to make sure we've got our terminology right. So yesterday I introduced the concept of Site 1 and Site 2. Site 1 being the rural zoned land, generally to the east, and the Site 2 being the open space land, generally to the southwest. Are we on the same page here?
Yes, so the house block is Site 1.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Good.
Yep.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Yep.
And it's sections 17 and 18.
Correct.
And the other block, the open space one, is sections 16.
16, correct.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Baker, the question that the chair put to you about the quality of rock on Site 2, the open space zoning, is something that the reporting officer spoke to in her report in paragraph 66, and she said that she understood from a site visit that part of the site that's zoned rural is not desirable or a preferable location to quarry because of the type, quantity of aggregate there.
But it's Site 1, isn't it?
Sorry, one.
Yeah.
One. Yes, Site 1.
So, yeah, I think you got us.
Okay,
Yes, you
It's Site 2. Yeah.
okay, Site 1.
Yeah.
Well,
You want to comment on that, because you what I've written down based on your earlier answer is that has potentially similar characteristics to the areas that you've already quarried.
We haven't. We're not 100% sure, but it's part of the same hill structure. So we envisage there'll be stuff there that's not particularly suitable, but there will be good rock there.
Yes.
And
Conversely, Site 2, you said it's not necessarily a preferred area because it's less known about it.
Less known, and it's sort of under the Bendigo subdivision. We've survived in my 50 years of no complaints from any neighbours. And I think if we started a quarry over there, the city council have an existing walking track through there and everything. That block there, we had sort of ring fence that is as a sweetener to doing a land swap with the council for the tip block.
Okay, well,
So-
that's my next question. There is reference in the 42 officers report to that potential land swap. This is land identified to the west of the existing quarry on land owned by Wellington City Council. So is that, what are you calling that, the tip block?
The city council land is that's the land that's on the old Newlands tip.
Okay.
So we call that the tip block or the main hill. We've got all our different names. We've got Mitre Peak and we've got Pavement Hill, and so yeah.
Okay, where is that in relation to site 2 then?
Maybe if you go to the officers report, because you're probably on that
Yes.
page, paragraph 68, the image there.
Can you just hold on a second? Where I
68. Figure 2.
Figure 2, yep.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Robertson find it. And probably where the junction of the red line and the red property line and the blue property line at the top, kind of in the.
Between the V. If you can see the red line and you can see to the right of that the benching from the existing quarry. Our proposition was to move that red line back towards you can see just the tongue of the Newlands landfill at the top.
Yes.
Was to move that red line back and then recreate the benches back again. So we'd come straight down again.
Okay, what's the approximate land area there?
Would have to go back. I don't know off the top of my head, I'm afraid, but no progress has been made on that.
No.
It's very much stalled because it's reserve land, so it need to revoke the reserve.
And there's no submission anyway, in any event, seeking the zoning of that land.
No, we certainly didn't seek that for the submission because
Okay.
given
I asked the question for potential purposes. Yeah.
So that the tip option block is certainly, it's not an option at the moment that's viable or. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Mr. Baker, as I understand, there are 2 main quarries within the Wellington City boundaries, the Horokiwi one and the Kiwi Point quarry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And long established quarries. If there wasn't to be an extension of the Horokiwi quarry, what's the prospects within Wellington City at least of creating a brand new quarry on rural zone land? You already referred to the difficulties you had at the Plimerton, which is in another jurisdiction. What's the availability of land firstly?
In the Wellington City?
Yes.
None that come up as obvious to me. We asked BOFers to do a feasibility study to identify sites for us, and we didn't come up with anything in Wellington, did we?
No, we had some basic parameters such as area, transport links, and rock material, quality material, and none of those really aligned. There was always a significant issue within Wellington City, so there were no viable options.
Is the reality that you need to go down another earthquake fault, and that means you need to go over into Haria Valley, over into Makara, with all of the implications on those essentially rural hill roads?
Correct. Access is a huge issue. Yeah, correct.
The only other place was the old the Afero Bay in the south coast, where there used to be a quarry, but I don't think you get that away again.
No, the planning context was obviously relevant too. Within the coastal environment, that was a starting point to eliminate any options.
That information is coming to us now verbally in response to questions. Is there anything that that documents that?
We could certainly have a look and see how sensitive the information is and whether Horokiwi is willing to release it. we can certainly get back to the panel on that matter.
Okay, but you understand why I'm asking that question?
Certainly.
It seems to be an accepted thing now amongst the quarry industry that if you want to start a quarry, it's going to take you 10 years to get the thing going, and by the time you get all your consents in place, and you know, I'm sure there's willing parties around to do that, but it's
First and foremost, it's finding the availability of the resource.
Yeah.
That's probably the first factor. The second factor would be then the logistical matters of access, etc. And then the third factor that you've alluded to is the sensitivity of quarries to communities. That would be. Would you agree that there are the three factors that would govern the creation of a new quarry?
Yes.
The final question I've got for you, Mr. Baker, again comes from the officer's report. And again, it's paragraph 66. The first issue was a concern that she expressed about the type, quantity, and quality of aggregate, but also, and I'm just quoting, as well as Horokiwi Quarries' commitment to exclude escarpment faces which might have a visual impact when viewed from the direction of Wellington Harbour. Now, she was writing that in relation to site 2. What can you say in relation to Horokiwi's commitment to exclude escarpment faces in relation to both of those sites?
Yeah, well, we would be avoiding the escarpment full stop. It'd be quite easy to show you tomorrow how it sits on the ground, because if we were to come in, we would look at coming in from the pond and above, sort of up the map.
So this is site 2. You're looking at the pond and above.
We're looking at the pond and the area behind the pond coming around to the blue line to the subdivision. The corner.
I think there might be some slight confusion because the officer, no, you're right. The paragraph 66 relates to site 1, which is the rural zone. And then the image, she then goes on to talk about site 2. So, yeah. Yeah.
So I asked her yesterday, as Ms. Van Huren Giles, where is the ridge line when viewed from the harbour? And she said, you'd better ask Mr. Baker that question.
If I may answer that. So I have provided some images in my speaking notes.
All right, so you're on to that. So we'll just leave that for you to cover.
Before we leave, Mr. Baker, I mean, just can you give a sense of what the relief is that you're still pursuing in relation to both sites? I mean, there was some slight movement in the officer's report in relation to the site containing the pond, site 2, but no movement on the on site 1, the rural land. Are you still pursuing a full zoning of site 2?
Yeah, we would like the zoning to reflect the existing use right, which is it seems funny to me that we can quarry anything. We can quarry all this land under our existing use right. Yeah, we've got 3 different zonings.
Sure.
So we just think it's more compatible for it to be quarry zone.
Okay, so position hasn't changed from the submission?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Which comes back, what you've just said, Mr. Baker, comes back to the question that Ms. Whitney is going to tell us the answer to, because the existing use right exempts faces that are visible from the harbour. So I'm interested in, well, where's that line?
I can speak to that now, or I can just.
Oh, yeah, as I say, just take it.
Take it as.
That's the reason I'm interested in it.
Certainly, yep.
I think we're ready to pass over to you and we'll go from there.
So I will try to be efficient with my notes, and again, I'll provide them so you have the benefit of them. So obviously the outstanding matter is in relation to the zoning. If I can just make one correction to my evidence in paragraph 8.16.
8.16, yes.
I refer to the open space zone, objective 1. It's incorrect. It's actually natural open space zone. And the objective I have provided in my speaking notes, there's a different purpose and obviously objective. So, but I guess my main takeaway from that is my evidence and evaluation still stands. I can confirm the site is not widely accessible to the public. So this is obviously site 2, the open space zone, and is not held in a reserve management plan by council. So, and so I provided extracts from that zone in my speaking notes for the benefit. But so I apologise for that confusion. So I've read the rebuttal evidence of the officer and will just confirm my evidence in chief. An issue obviously came up yesterday regarding the November, I'll call it the November version of the existing use site certificate, which she has termed a revised version. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to go to the council and review the consenting file to actually see where the genesis of that certificate is from and its relationship to the August-September version. So if I can just note, it's not signed, which I would have anticipated would have been pretty standard practice in 2012. And also noting the original one, the September version was signed. Horokiwi wasn't aware of its existence, and I acknowledge it was some time ago, but Mr. Baker went through his files this morning, the box, he called it, of.
Well, it seems that Mr. Baker's been there forever.
He does, yeah. So he wasn't aware of its existence. So as I said, I'm not sure where it's come from. I note it also makes no reference to the August version. They don't speak to each other. And I would have thought it would have said it supersedes the other one or replaces it. And so in my opinion, the other one still stands. And saying all that though, I went through line by line, and there are limited differences. Really is just the November certificate provides details on the current use and confines them to 6 listed activities. So but in terms of the valuation, the escarpment condition, that it applies to all the properties listed, that hasn't changed. So,
well, in relation to the listing use certificate, could have heard the question I asked in here, Giles. I was intrigued by the reference to this 1977 decision, and you have a copy of it. Can you tell me anything? What was that decision?
Again, we discussed this morning, and we couldn't find that decision. We have got Mr. Baker sent it through to me this morning a letter from 16th of June 2012. So, and that related to, it was a legal opinion by Philip Milne, and it was who handled the consent application of the existing use certificate. And it talked about the established, we can provide this to the panel as well, the lawful establishment and prior consents and everything like that. And from reading that, it seems it doesn't refer to any 1977 consent. There's certainly no reference in it.
Well, I've asked Ms. Van Heer and Giles to go looking for it. Might be needle in haystack country.
Because I am aware, and it's outside before my time, but I understand obviously in the Town and Country Planning Act there was a bit of a different regime in terms of mining activities, if you had a mining licence and so forth. So I don't know if it has some relation to that, but it's beyond my field of knowledge.
Oh, that's a point.
Yeah. It's very complex.
But this is talking about a conditional use in Wellington City. As you would have heard, I was discussing with Ms. Van Heeren Giles. So that sounds like a consent.
It does, but the documents I've looked at don't refer to any previous consent. So
No, this is 77.
when the act was enacted.
Well, yeah, just.
I guess the point is maybe at the time the 2012 certificate was issued, it said it was a permitted activity lawfully established. And I don't know where the genesis of that escarpment condition came from. So there's certainly no reference in the certificate, the evaluation report.
So what I'm unsure of, Ms. Whitney, is from a land use perspective, Wellington City Council land use, what is it, the 2012 certificate that authorises the quarry, or is it the 2015, 2016 and 2019 land use consents?
It's the 2012 authorises the quarry, but that was confined to 6 activities. And so those 2015, 20 and 22 consents, I think they were the clean overburden, they weren't within that list of 6 activities. Right. So as I understand, that's
so it's a combination of the certificate and those land use consents that authorise the current operation.
Out on those, yes, yeah. On the open space one, it does. The open space, yeah.
And what's your view, Ms. Whitney, to Ms. Van Heeren Giles' reasoning that the existing use certificate might preserve the ability to work areas that had previously been worked and had subsequently been discontinued for however long, but it couldn't authorise significant expansion that would fail the same or substantially similar test?
I guess my response to that is 2 points. That the existing use certificate clearly applies to site 1 and 2, the rezoning sites. Those legal descriptions are listed within the existing use certificate.
I thought the existing use certificate didn't apply to section 17, only to 16.
Sorry, you are correct. Sorry, you are correct. Thank you. Yes, no, yep, that's correct. It's only 18 and 16. So yes. Correct. Sorry.
Okay. So part of site one, but all of site 2.
Yeah. So the smaller portion, the house, is section 17.
Yeah. And given these are factual matters, it'd be useful to have a definitive statement on this that showed the current quarry site and its legal description, what authorises that, and what you purport authorises quarrying activities on 16 and 18.
So, yeah, it would be useful, but go back to my original question, which is, like, I know what it says, but could it, on the basis that it was granted in 2012, could it lawfully extend? Could it lawfully recognise rights that didn't actually exist?
Would I just draw your attention as well to under the character, intensity and scale of effects, the first paragraph says there, and the scale of quarrying activity in specific areas of the site does not remove quarrying rights from unused areas of the greater site. Well,
yeah, but that assumes you've had them. It doesn't remove them, but it can't grant them.
Well, certainly in the decision there refers to obviously the Omra case, and I'm not a lawyer, but I just read that briefly, and that certainly talked about, well, you can't quarry a whole site all at once. You will progressively go through. So to me, that certainly conveys that, yeah, it's a progressive, quarries are probably a progressive operation.
And the other line of reasoning the reporting officer had, can I just write, before I lose the track, I just write down what you just said. Now, the other line of reasoning the reporting officer had was, in effect, the fact that you have an existing use certificate, which is a deemed resource consent, does not of itself determine the zoning. What's your reaction to that?
Correct. Not in itself, but I think there's a whole combinations of factors which determine zoning. So I'm just going to jump to some of my speaking notes, if I may.
Like if you've anticipated this and have chapter and verse, then tell me, give me the prepared answer.
Okay, and so turning to site 2, the open space zone. So I guess my points are the section 42A report reasoning to reject the rezoning request, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. It fails to recognise the natural open space zone provides no specific policy recognition for quarries or a specific rule. And NOSZP4 would set a very high bar, in my opinion, for quarrying activities. So I'm saying there's essentially no policy framework within that natural open space zone for quarrying activities. That's number 1. The second, the current zoning doesn't give effect to strategic objective 07, SCA 07, in terms of recognising and providing for the benefits and contribution of utilising mineral resources. And I note the objective doesn't confine its application to existing quarry sites, or existing quarry activities, I should say, rather than sites. Point 3, it overlooks the land ownership. I know that's not a defining or definitive reason, but it just paints part of the wider picture that the wider site is owned by Horokiwi. Point 4, it places too much relevant on the historical zoning, which doesn't reflect the existing activities undertaken on the site. Noting this is the open space site, which has had consents for quarrying related activities on it.
And previously there was a conservation zoning, presumably.
There's an actual open space under the operative district plan, and I'm not clear what it was prior to that, but it certainly has any reserves or gazetted for anything like that. So in my opinion, a district plan reviews the appropriate time to review the appropriate zoning, as opposed to rolling over the operative zoning as a blanket principle. 4, it inappropriately discounts the applicability and relevance of the existing use certificate. And just finally, in terms of the rezoning of the overburden area, if I can just confirm, I just heard a comment yesterday that my position was that at the very least that area should be included, but it doesn't take away my overall position that the whole site be rezoned.
In relation to that overburden consent, you've got an extension on your lapse period. When's the extension expire?
July next year.
You've got 1 more year.
And as I understand, a lot of the delays were due to COVID and so forth. In terms of getting people outside to do the lizard surveys, there was quite a bit of groundwork that had to be undertaken.
Just a point on that one, we earmarked that site for stripping material if we got the city council extension to put material from there to there, and that was something that we put to council 5 years ago, and we still know the further down the track. So once again, it's an asset to the quarry to be able to fill that. And also we have a regional council consent there relating to water, which they deemed we had given effect. and we just couldn't get the council to come on board that we had. So one council gave us that we have, because we've done the survey, we've done the lizard, we've done a bit of preliminary work, but it wasn't enough for the city council officer. So that's why we're having to go for extensions.
In terms of that specific issue, it seemed to me that a consent to place overburden there is inherently inconsistent with any other quarrying exercise. You're not going to put something there and then dig it out. Is there a halfway house where like, I appreciate it's obviously not what you would want, but is there a halfway house where the zoning would provide for overburden placement but not quarrying?
That's something we can certainly discuss, but there's so many factors at play in terms of the quarry's activities and future expansion and so forth. I guess the preference would be to leave the options open, given it's related to the existing quarry. It makes sense from an operational logistics, given effect to the strategic objective, to keep that option open.
I understand that argument, but
Yeah.
it seems to me to be inherently inconsistent to be relying on an overburden consent as a basis for a quarrying zone when overburden will necessarily preclude quarrying.
But I'm not a quarrying expert, so what's about
Obviously, Mr. Baker is.
49 and a half years.
I learned a few things, but yeah, I fully agree, Commissioner. But yeah, it's not the thing that frustrates me greatly is that if my reading and our opinions of the existing use rights, I can go in there with a bulldozer and I can blast and take all the rock out of there tomorrow. Whereas I can't place overburden there without doing a full lizard survey and a whole lot of other things. It's another consenting issue that ties us up with a lot of expense. Yeah, it's not a favoured location, but once again, it's pretty well known in the industry that Wellington is going to be the first city in the country to run out of rock. And, we would like to think that, the possibility, the whole country is built on quarries, is that it's still there, possible, even if it's only 500,000 tonne, it's another year that the city doesn't run out of rock. So we just want to protect every bit that is available to us under our existing use right.
Question of historic background is I was mulling over your advice, and of course you reminded me that pre-RMA there was a mining act. Did the quarry have a mining consent?
We currently hold 2 mining licenses. One at the coast at Fitzroy Bay at the end of Eastbourne for extracting sand, and one of the blocks in the quarry that was previously owned by the Crown before we purchased it, it's got a mining license over it.
So, but that block is not one of the ones that's in dispute.
No.
Gotcha. Because it's a stretch, but my recollection of the Mining Act 1971 was that you needed a mining license to quarry rock. So presumably the quarry must have had mining licenses in the past for the whole show. And well, you tell me, Ms. Whitney, but I seem to recall that mining licenses in the transition rules to the RMA became deemed resource consents.
I'm sorry, I do not know.
Yeah. Oh well. Hopefully Mr. Milne will have sorted all of those things out in his opinion, which you're going to give us to,
Yes.
give
Yeah.
to us.
On one of the paragraphs from there, from Philip Milne, was that basically that our existing use rights were established prior to 1997, the 1977, the Town and Country Act that we.
As Commissioner McMahon said, there was a 1952 Act that I remember even less about than I remember about the 1977 Town and Country Planning Act.
This was all done under the Hutt City Council. The Hutt City Council, we used to come under their jurisdiction up until it changed to Wellington City in the 1980s.
Okay. Well, let's roll on with your speaking notes, Ms. Whitney.
Okay. So turning to site 1, the rural zone. I've just got, again, 6 bullet points here. The GRUZ zone provides no specific policy for existing or extension of existing quarries. Rather, GRUZ P5 applies to new quarries or changes of use. In essence, there appears, in my opinion, to be a policy gap in the rural zone for existing or extension of existing quarries. You obviously can't rely on the quarry zone objectives and policies. Quarries are not RSI or infrastructure, so there's nothing else to draw on. I do note in its submission, Horokiwi sought a new policy to fill the gap in the event that the rezoning doesn't go ahead. And that'll obviously be addressed at the rural zone hearing. So in terms of that policy P5 being confined to new quarries or changes of use, I don't see in relation to the rural zone how quarrying on the site would be a change of a use, because there's not an existing quarry there. It's not changing the use. It would just be enabling quarrying on there in association with the existing quarry activity. The plan is quite, I don't know if you've looked at the other, how it provides for quarrying. It provides it in the significant amenity landscape and natural features and coastal environment, and references existing quarrying activities, extensions, and then new. And so it provides kind of a pathway and framework for those 3 activities. But the rural zone doesn't have that approach. It just provides one policy for new or changes of use. So in my mind, a new quarry is a new quarry, a new greenfield quarry where there hasn't been, where it's not undertaken in association with the existing one. Again, so my second point, again, I do not believe the zoning gives effect to the strategic objective 07. Again, relating to land ownership, I guess it fails to recognise that the site's not currently used for rural productive purposes. It is just shrub, essentially. I do note in terms of the existing activities on the site, the officer in the Bushel has commented in paragraph 18 as to the purpose of the quarry zone being this zone provides for quarrying activities where quarrying activities may operate as the primary use on the site. And so the word may doesn't denote an absolute requirement that quarrying activities be the primary use at this point in time. And again, I think it just inappropriately discounts the applicability and relevance of the existing use certificate. We've well canvassed that. So I do agree with the comments of the officer in the Bushel that the existing use rights will continue for the site. However, I note those activities not covered by the certificate, such as clean filling, would be a controlled activity under the quarry zone, as opposed to discretionary under the rural zone. So there is a difference in activity status between the 2 zones.
So between the quarry zone
and the rural zone. So quarrying activities in the quarry zone are controlled. That's the kind of the baseline. Some buildings and so forth are permitted, but quarrying activities are controlled. And under the rural zone, effectively it's discretionary. I have included in my speaking notes a rather elementary table showing the relevant rules and activity status. It is very basic, but it just provides the rule references.
But the reason you referred to clean fill is because that's not within the existing use certificate.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So, and while I appreciate the relevance of the overlays, again, I do not see the presence of an overlay as in itself being a determining factor in setting the zoning. And I just note in response to the concerns from the officer regarding a permitted activity status within the significant amenity landscape, I note that the activity would still require consent as a controlled activity under the quarry zone. So if it was a rezoned quarry, it would still need consent under the quarry zone as a controlled activity. This is for the rural site 1. And then obviously there's different complexities, whether you're within the coastal environment, you become non-compliant and so forth. And whether you are an existing, extension or new. So there's a lot.
So where's the boundary of the coastal environment?
I can comment on that as well. Maybe I'll comment. That's a good segue then into the where the contours are and the.
I wonder, are you able to hook into the screen and?
No, I got paper copies if that's any help.
Well, yes, paper copies will work.
So
we can handle paper.
So and that's probably there's a couple of minor points. Should I just do the minor points first, maybe?
Yeah.
Or I don't want to distract you.
Okay, keep going.
Keep going. The minor couple of points. Actually, no, I won't do those. I'll do those after because we might generate another discussion on those. So I just, for the benefit of the panel, I've provided in my speaking notes some modelling which kind of shows some of the land contour, but you will see it when you go out on site. But this morning I generated just a contour map and line showing the coastal environment is notified. And then a refined line is sought in the Horokiwi submission.
So you've sought to amend the coastal environment.
So just correct, what coloured lines mean what?
The red line is the boundary.
Yeah.
So the blue striped area is the coastal environment line as notified.
Okay. The pink line is that which is sought in the Horokiwi submission, and that was informed by the landscape assessment of Shannon Bray. That'll come up at a later hearing in terms of the location. And then we've just included contours on that, so you can see that that pink line, the revised coastal environment line, follows a lot of the contours. Now I do note that the visibility will depend where you are on the harbour.
Yeah, how far back you are.
Yeah. So I think it is a real point for any consent application at the time to visual simulations would have to be done. And then you'd have to actually work out, where that is. But I think that provides a starting point in terms of where the potential escarpment would be. And when you go out on site tomorrow, you'll clearly be able to see those. You'll stand on top, particularly in the open space zone, you'll be up there. I would recommend maybe as well, the panel has time just to look back at the site from Tony Foreshore, or something like that.
Okay.
But I appreciate the officer was going to provide a contour plan as well. But
May not need to, given what you've just tabled, but doubtless look at that. So is that it?
And then maybe if I can just mention about Bendigo Crescent. I'm not sure when the area was rezoned, but the titles were issued in December 2004. So quite some time ago, and I understand Horokiwi didn't object to the zoning at that time, given it was, 20 years ago now. So, and that was obviously before the sludge pond or anything like that. But Horokiwi do, as I understand, keep a complaints register for many residents in nearby properties, and it's pretty empty at this stage. You have quite a good relationship.
Definitely be in the touch wood category.
Yeah, so you obviously manage it well, I would say, given that. Anyway, but that's just some contextual information. And then the last point I would just speak to was I heard the questioning about Commissioner Laban may get to this about having a particular regime in the quarry zone for Horokiwi as there is for the Kiwi Point. So I was just looking through the section 32 this morning in terms of the justification for the different approach for the additional precinct provisions, and they essentially came from, obviously the panel will be aware that Kiwi Point went through a plan change 10 years ago, five years ago. And so there's a lot of provisions then inserted in the district plan under the business zone for that activity. So when I went through them, a lot of them are quite specific to Kiwi Point Quarry in terms of setbacks and certain boundaries, access to the state highway and so forth. So anything that would be, if anything was included for Horokiwi on a similar approach, it would have to be comprehensive, site specific, and and assessed. So I guess that's just my remarks on that.
Pass over to Commissioner McMahon in a second. Only one question from me. You forgive me, as I trust Ms. Whitney. If I ask you if the reference in 7.3.5 to what Transpower did was a Freudian slip.
It was a Freudian. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, it should be. Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Noted.
Commissioner McMahon.
Okay. Just more of a recap of some of the questions rather than new questions. Because fundamentally, the question that this panel has to answer is the one that that the 42A officer actually proposed in her own report at paragraph 58, and that is the pertinent question is whether it's appropriate to zone so as to enable an increase in the scale and intensity of the quarry activity, and if so, on what basis. Now you've your 13 or so points, 6 or 7 in relation to site 2 and another 6 or 7 in relation to site 1 speak to that issue. One of those issues is one of the common factors that you've drawn our attention to, and which the reporting officer is focused on, is the existing use certificate. So as a matter of fact, I'll repeat that it would be useful for us to have a definitive factual statement that includes a plan that shows the existing quarrying area, its legal descriptions, its relationship to the existing use.
Can you go slow? I'll just write these down. Go. Can you repeat that?
A plan that shows the existing quarried area and its relationship to the existing use certificate and the 3 RMA consents that were granted in the last 10 years. And then the 2 areas and how they relate to the existing use certificate. I think we've already established that 16 and 18 draw on it, but 17 doesn't. That's just a matter of fact, so that we can understand what the consenting basis for the existing quarry and the proposed 2 extensions might be. That will be useful context for then considering Mr. Milne's document that he produced.
So having that request, when do you think you would be in a position to provide that, assuming that you were able to do that?
Certainly, mid next week, be agreeable?
I think that would
Yeah.
work, because I think we fixed the council reply on the basis the hearing would be go running until the end of next week. So mid-next, well, let's say close of Thursday.
Close of Thursday, thank
Yeah.
you.
Second piece of factual information, and I'm sure, and I know it's here already in a combination of the 42A report and your own evidence, but for sites 1 and 2, a delineation that shows the overlays on each of those sites. I mean, the coastal environment one is pretty clear. I mean, for site 2, it looks like 90% of it's covered by the coastal environment as notified. For site 1, maybe 60 or 70% seems to be covered by the coastal environment, but I'm also conscious that there's a significant landscape area. Significant landscape area, special landscape area.
Special amenity
landscape,
sorry,
FAL,
I'm a legend,
and an
sorry.
SNA also.
Yes, so I have parked SNAs at this stage, given their current uncertainty in the plan, how they're going to be progressed. So that's why I haven't provided commentary on those. That's up in the air, in my opinion. So
Well, certainly the SAL and the coastal environment for 16, 17 and 18.
yeah, certainly. I have provided them,
I know.
but I know they lay it up when you do the district plan, you lose the layers. It only shows the.
Yeah.
So no, I'll get our GIS people to provide a.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to take them off and on separately. Yeah.
So that's the second factual piece of information. The other matter that requested information on was the work that your client had done in terms of identifying source of material on other sites, and I appreciate there might be some confidentiality about that, but pretty important piece of information, I think, in terms of what the position that you're advocating, which is that not advocating, but the position that you're stating, and that is that the alternative sites are few and far between.
Certainly was very high level because the conclusion
Yeah.
was reached pretty early on, but certainly we'll have a look at that and
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at this stage, Mr. Baker's comfortable to release it, but we'll just.
Just go through that, but
Yes.
But I think let's just say that we understand it would be prudent for you to read it again and make sure you're comfortable with that.
Yes.
But we're very clear of the benefit of providing it. as well.
Yep, I understand.
Mhm.
So
And that goes to issues such as how is open space how is strategic objective 07 best given effect to? The other question I've got are just some small clarifications. Reporting officer said in her view that the quarry zone's purpose was to protect business as usual and provide for business as usual, equating that with existing quarries. Do you have a view on whether that, or is that your view also, that the quarry zone is there solely to protect existing quarries?
Did look, if you just bear with me for a moment, I'll just get the wording of the it doesn't, when I look at objective 01, which is the purpose of quarrying activities, that they operate safely, efficiently and effectively as locally and regionally significant sources of quarry products and enablers of Wellington's economic well-being. It is a broader objective. It's not site specific or tied to these two quarry sites.
Yes. What about the introduction? The purpose of the quarry zone is to enable the continued use and operation of Wellington's large-scale quarries.
Certainly.
The zone provides for quarrying activities where quarrying activities may operate as the primary land use.
I guess the continued use and operation, it doesn't say existing as well. It's not confined that, I think I heard a comment you say it's not confined spatially. So I guess the operational requirements of a quarry is significant in context of their introduction and the purpose.
Yes. So if either of the two sites were rezoned quarry, how would you read the purpose of that introduction to the zone?
It would still fit within that purpose. I don't see a need to change that. And it would still be considered part of Horokiwi Quarry. It's not a new site or under a different operator or anything like that.
So that's paragraph 5, isn't it?
Yeah. So if the zoning changes, then it still, spatially on the map, it then still fits within that framework.
Okay. One of the other, okay, thank you for that. I'm just moving on to the next question, and that is one of the other reasons that the reporting officer gave for not rezoning, and was that there is, in her view, at least for the rural zone, a consenting pathway for extending the quarry. You've responded to that by quoting as a policy 05 from the rural zone.
P5.
P5, sorry.
Yes, yeah.
And you say that relates only to new quarries.
Or changes of use on a quarry.
Yes.
Which would be maybe to a transfer station or an industrial use.
Okay.
When I read it.
Yes. Whereas you drew our attention to I think the policy provisions in the SAL and the coastal environment and the natural features, which make distinctions between existing, extensions and new.
Correct.
Quarries.
Quarries, yeah, and mining activities. The coastal environment may not distinguish. I have to check that. But again, I've provided a summary of the relevant policies in my speaking notes, which I'll provide.
Okay. Based on what Miss let's say Hannah said yesterday, there seemed to be a potential policy difference between the rural zone, in her view, and the open space zone, and she was relying on P05 to assist with a discretionary activity application for an extension. And you're saying that you wouldn't put the same weight on P5.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, I wasn't clear.
Yesterday, in terms of, I put it to her that there was potentially a difference in the policy framework of the rural zone and the natural open space zone in terms of how quarrying, an application for a quarry extension might be dealt with. And she was very reliant on her interpretation of P5 as not providing a barrier, a policy barrier. I don't know that I think she might have conceded that that the open space zone might be more of a policy barrier, but what you've suggested, would you agree with that last part?
I certainly, the open space zone, natural open space zone certainly has more of a policy barrier. There's no reference at all to mining, quarrying activities. Okay. So, and the other policies are quite rigorous. So, okay. In terms of the rural zone, given that it applies to the only policy relating to quarrying is new or change of use, there's a policy gap. So effectively, there's no policy support or framework for quarrying activities in that zone.
Yes. And do you agree that all roads lead to a discretionary activity for extensions on both sites 1 and 2?
Under the proposed zonings?
Yes.
We have, yes, discretionary under the rural zone, under Rule 12, discretionary under
Hang on.
Sorry.
For the rural zone, Rule 12.
12. Discretionary under the natural open space zone under Rule 11.
Yes.
And that's a default rule.
So
yes.
These are all in your speaking.
These are in my notes. So I've got quite a crude table, I'm afraid, but it has the key elements there.
Yes. Whereas it's a specific activity as a discretionary activity at a rural zone, but it's a default activity under the natural open space zone.
Correct.
Okay.
And obviously, as a discretionary activity, there's no matters of discretion. It's wide. It's just anything.
Okay.
But there's no policy framework for an extension or operation. So.
Yes.
Just on that policy 5, I've just got it in front of me, and I just thought it might be helpful to read out the beginning of that. It says to require any new mining or quarrying activities and changes of use on existing quarry or mining sites in the general rural zone to demonstrate through a detailed management plan how the site will be rehabilitated. And then there's lists of particular things that to be have regard to. So I'm probably particularly interested in, those where it says and changes of use on existing quarry or mining sites. So you're taking that to read a complete change of use, as in that quarry site is no longer a quarry site, it's going to be a whatever site.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's, yeah.
A change of use couldn't be an extension or expansion of an existing quarry.
Not in terms of how they've addressed extension under the other policies in the plan. This is a different approach.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's officer drafting at the time, but then also the way it covers rehabilitation, it's almost as though it's setting it up for another activity to go in there afterwards.
Just the reference to new mining or quarrying activities, is that qualified by on existing quarry or mining sites? So clearly that on existing quarry or mining sites applies to changes of use. Does it apply to any new mining or quarrying activities?
It's unclear. It's open to interpretation.
Yeah, because I mean, the actual heading to that is about quarrying and mining site rehabilitation.
It is.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And I just note as well, those matters 1 to 10 are addressed in the quarry zone under the, I think it's standard 1 or something in terms of the rehabilitation plan. So the matters there are.
P4 talks about compatible activities and talks about mining, quarrying activities.
But it'll be an issue for the
So
stream 7 team, but it seemed really curious that the policy is focused solely on rehabilitation.
Yeah, but
and there's no consideration of the effects of the operation while it's going.
But P4 does. P4 talks about quarrying activities.
So that's the rationale.
I think that's
P4.
Yeah. Clause 5 of P4.
And that's quite a long list though, and it's an and, so it's an inclusive list. So you have to be compatible with the character and amenity values, will not limit or constrain rural activities. Well, potentially mining would limit rural activity, quarry would limit rural activities on the site.
Isn't it listed as a rural activity?
Sorry?
It's listed as being a compatible activity in the rural zone though.
But only where you achieve all those matters, where it can be demonstrated that 1 to 10, and there's an and after 9. So I read that you have to meet all those to be a compatible activity.
So the upshot is it's pretty impenetrable, and that will be an issue for the Stream 7 panel to sort out. Fortunately, none of us being on that panel.
Which is unfortunate because they won't understand the linkage and relevance and importance.
Yeah.
But
we'll see you in the coastal environment.
Yes.
Well, you'll be able to tell how that went.
There is one issue before I return to Commissioner McMahon. There's one issue that I'd like your comment on, please. One of the potential issues with rezoning Site 2 is that you are pushing the quarry zone basically to, so it butts up against the end of Bendigo Crescent. And so the question is, in terms of the very broad question about what is the appropriate zone for a block of land that adjoins an existing residential area. And it is quarrying the appropriate zone, given that juxtaposition. So what's your response to that?
My comment on that would be there is a, within the quarry zone, objective 02, adverse effects generated by quarrying activities onto adjacent residential sites are appropriately managed. And then you've got P3, policy P3 about the zone interfaces. So it is recognised within the policy and then the rule framework within the quarry zone.
So presumably that would rely on the matters of control
It would.
and the rules to give effect to that objective, but wouldn't enable the consent to be declined as a controlled
Correct.
activity.
Correct. But as a matter of control, quarrying activities control, one of them is obviously you've got traffic and access, noise, vibration, dust and illumination, visual amenity for residential sites, and quarry face rehabilitation. So it is there as a clear matter of control.
What if that matter of control changed to a higher level consent, such as a restricted discretionary, and the matters of control on part 16 became a restricted discretionary activity, with the backstop that the activity could be declined if you couldn't?
And would that just be confined to that site?
Yes. Is that something that you've given some consideration to?
I haven't given some consideration to it, but I certainly understand the panel's concerns.
Yeah.
And yeah,
As a carve out of the quarry zone, and it's in a way that the Kiwi Point precinct forms a carve out.
Yep. On principle, I don't have an objection to that.
Let's just hold that thought. When you supply the factual information by next Thursday,
Yes.
can you give us a definitive answer to that question? Because you will appreciate that that's quite important, and I think to be fair to you, you need to discuss that with the implications of that with Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
I tried to introduce that concept yesterday when I talked to the reporting officer about a bespoke provision for the two sites that are being sought to be rezoned. So on the basis that you might be in a position to respond to that, but certainly having that in writing would be useful.
Certainly.
Whether you need to differentiate between site 16 and site 17 and 18 for that approach is up to you.
I think they are quite different, so I'll differentiate them. Yes.
Would if both sites are rezoned quarry with or without a bespoke provision, if both sites are rezoned quarry without the application of the overlays, the activity status would be controlled activity, wouldn't it?
Likely, yes. I mean, it does fall. Yeah, it's controlled. Correct.
Yeah. Well, what would take it to another activity other than the existence of the overlays? Well, I think I've got the answer there. It's in Rule 2, isn't it? Subclause 2 of Rule 1, where compliance with any of the requirements of, is it just precinct 01, R1?
So Rule 3 is the quarry activities rule.
Yes.
That's the three. That's interesting.
Well, that's for buildings. The main rule is R1.
Sorry, for land uses over the page, the numbering's probably.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Kiwi Point. Sorry about that.
Land uses.
Yes, it is. Rule 3.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know, I've struck those ones out on my copy, so it's.
Standard 1, standard 2, and standard 3 is not achieved. It's no longer a controlled activity, presumably.
And defaults to discretion.
Defaults to discretionary.
Yes, I see that. Okay.
But standard 1 is a site rehabilitation plan, 2 is maximum height of buildings and 3 is height in relation to boundary.
Yes.
So I would anticipate they would be met.
To what extent, and I know you probably answered this, to what extent, and considering the appropriateness question, and it'll place weight on the overlays? Because, I mean, I know that your clients lodge submissions in relation to some or all of the overlays, coastal environment, presumably the SAL.
Not at this stage, because there is a pathway in the SL, because it does differentiate existing
Yes.
expansion.
In
and
fact,
new.
to be fair, I think
Yeah.
Hannah noticed that there wasn't a submission on the SAL.
Yes, yeah, no, because we accept the science behind that. So yeah, so it's obviously the coastal environment line and certain parts of the SNAs, which are up in the air.
Yeah.
So in terms of overlays, I guess my thinking was they are relevant, but they don't dictate the zoning. Otherwise, it would negate the need for zoning across the city.
So that's just something that would have to be taken into the mix in terms of bundling.
Correct.
For any consent.
Correct.
So part of the site under that's notified in relation to the coastal environment, large proportions would be affected by the overlays, and particularly the coastal environment one. If your alternative pink line is adopted, smaller parts of the site would be affected.
Correct.
Yes.
And we become non-compliant if you're within the coastal environment and you're an SNA or a
Okay, I didn't appreciate that.
and you're non-compliant. Yeah, they layer on each other, so it gets complex.
I thought the officer's report says that even with the application of overlays, you still ended up with a DA.
Not if the coastal environment one
Trumps it.
that has non-compliant activity status.
Okay, and so does the SNA, did you say?
So yeah, not SNAs, but if you're a coastal environment, so and SNA, yeah, you become non-compliant.
And an SNA, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
But if you're just coastal environment?
Coastal environment, she looks like RDA. I've got rule 10 here.
Okay.
It provides for an extension of an existing quarry. Rule 10.
Yes.
If you're within the coastal environment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the SNA only?
The SNA is rule 2 RDA. But the SNA rules were quite unclear, and it was one of the comments in the Horokiwi submission. When you look at the cascade of rules, it wasn't clear. I determine it as RDA, but
Yes.
it's open.
Open to
They're a bit
interpretation.
clunky, I think. Then
Yeah.
yeah.
But the confluence of both the SNA and the coastal environment goes to non-compliant, did you say?
Correct.
What's the reference for that? Where do you find that reference in the plan that says that?
It's in the.
Is it in the introduction? Is
I
it
can't
in?
remember if it's in the SNA, in Indigenous Biodiversity chapter or the coastal.
But it's somewhere.
It's somewhere in the
Right, like, so that's another thing to include on when you reply on Wednesday, please.
Yes. Okay. Final question just relates to the overburden area. Is it possible to spatially delineate that?
Sorry, I'll just make a note of this. So the overburden area.
Yes. We've been able to spatially delineate the stormwater management pond.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Is it possible to spatially delineate the overburden area? And
I did have it identified on the map, but would you like a map which shows, I'm sure trying to think the best, I can set it up as a PDF where you can turn on and off layers, but that
Be
may
useful.
not.
Yeah.
Can you access that as a PDF? Have you ever done that before?
Well, that'll be a little.
Sometimes it
challenge.
depends on your user rights for Adobe.
Yeah, mine perhaps don't extend.
kind of a basic.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
We
so
don't- we
I won't
don't
put- okay,
extend
I
that
will
far.
talk to our GIS people and come up with some options.
Yes.
How to show it.
Like maybe a viewer might be a better way to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we'll get a better appreciation when we visit the site tomorrow where these areas are. So at the moment, I've got no understanding of where the overburden area is in relation to the pond.
Mm.
Is it in close proximity?
I think it's to the south. I think I included an image in my
Figure 7.
figure 7. On my right.
Oh, that's all right. I found it. Got it. I see.
8.14.
Yeah, got it there.
The evidence.
What's that?
Yeah, that's the overview. Oh, yes, the consumption.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's shown there.
So
But
which-
we can,
Figure 7.
Yeah, that's it there.
7.
Oh, okay. So it's contiguous with the pond,
Yeah.
but to the south.
The south.
Yeah, okay. What's that red dotted line?
I'm not actually sure.
Maybe the light. I don't know.
I actually don't know. I couldn't say, sorry. It was
Okay.
just a screenshot from a report I found which showed.
Well, I think I've exhausted all my questions, so thank you for that.
I think I don't have any questions. Anything from Commissioner Birch?
Thank you.
Well, the last thing, perhaps, Mr. Baker, you give us a cell phone number. So if we're running late or early, we'll text you.
0274
3274
427
427
228.
228. So as I say, we're running early or we're running late, we'll let you know basically when we're leaving the city.
Yep, fine.
All good. I think that's it. Thank you very much for your time. Much appreciated. We will adjourn the hearing until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.